Professor of Partap College of Education, on behalf of Chair IPDA India, members of Executive Council, faculty, extend the heartiest welcome to the 12th Partap Ipda International Conference 2024, a convergence of brilliant minds and innovative ideas have accomplished greater heights. We are delighted to welcome you to the International Conference on Navigating Change, Professional Learning in a Rapidly Changing World. In an era marked by unprecedented advancements and continual evolution, the need for professionals across various industries to adapt, innovate, and excel has never been more critical. Our conference will delve into myriad themes crucial for understanding and responding to change. The sub-themes are adapting, innovating, and thriving for professional learning in the changing world, inclusive professional learning for fostering diversity and equity, challenges and opportunities associated with professional learning in teacher education with reference. Conference serves as a platform for scholars, professionals, researchers, and enthusiasts to come together. It is a testament of our collective commitment to advancing the boundaries of knowledge and fostering a global community dedicated to excellence. As we gather here, we anticipate dynamic discussions, insightful presentations, and the forging of meaningful connections. We have tried to keep this conference as interactive as possible. Therefore, you all are free to ask legible questions. We hope that we will find inspiration in their words and use this inspiration to fuel our own Manpreet Kaur. Our esteemed principal has been instrumental in shaping the academic ethos of our college. With a profound dedication to fostering an environment of learning, innovation, and crucial exchange, she has played a pivotal role in making our college a place where ideas converge and knowledge knows no boundaries. Today, we are honored to have Dr. Kaur on stage to extend a heartfelt welcome to all the delegates who have traveled far and wide to be part of this international gathering. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Manpreet Kaur, who will extend a warm welcome to our delegates.
Thank you, Balvinder. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Director of the College, Madam Bal, esteemed international speakers, distinguished guests, faculty members, principal from various colleges and schools, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and honor that I extend a warm welcome to each one of you on behalf of Partap College of Education, Ludhiana. Today marks a significant moment in our academic calendar as we are gathered here for the international conference on the very, very relevant and crucial theme, Navigating Change, Professional Learning in a Rapidly Changing World. In an era which is marked by unparalleled technological progress, economic fluctuations, and global challenges, the role of teacher and educator has become more critical than ever. And as the societal, technological, and educational landscapes, they undergo rapid transformation, our commitment to continuous professional learning is paramount. So we are gathered here today because we recognize that staying relevant in the classroom goes beyond traditional teaching methodologies, and teachers are now expected not only to integrate technologies seamlessly, they have to cater to diverse need of the learners and foster critical thinking and problem-solving skills, and to imbibe values in the learner to prepare students for the ever-shifting realities of this era of artificial intelligence. So professional development for teacher is not just about keeping up to date with the latest trend, it is about adapting to new teaching approaches and effectively incorporating technology and nurturing the diverse talent of our students. It also encompasses embracing diversity, fostering inclusivity, and understanding the unique need of learner in this digital age. And I hope that this conference serves as a platform to address the challenges and opportunities associated with professional learning in this world. So our goal is to facilitate a robust exchange of insights, strategies, and best practices that will empower each one of you, be it an educator, trainer, professional, or researcher, to thrive amidst constant change. So we are honored to have a diverse group of participants who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to this forum. Through keynote speeches, panel discussions, and interactive sessions, we hope to uncover innovative approaches and collaborative solutions that will shape the future of education. So we are very privileged to have with us our distinguished chief guest, Dr. G.S. Kalra, District Governor, Lion Club, Ludhiana 321F. I extend my heartiest welcome to you, sir, whose presence adds immense value to our event. Dr. G.S. Kalra is not only a respected figure in the field of medical profession, but also an inspiring leader whose contribution have left an indelible mark on the landscape of social service through Lions Club. We are eager to hear your insights, sir. And as the District Governor of the Lions Club, you embody the spirit of humanitarianism and community service. Your leadership has undoubtedly inspired many, and we are grateful for the opportunity to learn from your experiences and wisdom. In addition to our esteemed chief guest, we are honored to welcome our international keynote speakers. I extend my heartiest welcome Professor Anna O. Budarina, Head Institute of Education and Humanities, Immanuel Kant, Baltic Federal University, Kaliningrad, Russia, a renowned expert in education. And I'm happy to share with all of you that today we are going to open a Russian Pedagogy and Research Center of Immanuel Kant, Baltic Federal University, Russia, here at Partap College of Education, under the MOU of PECL and IKBFU Kaliningrad. And the creation of this Center for Russian Pedagogy is a testament to the dedication of officials of IKBFU, especially Rector Professor A.A. Fedorov, Vice Rector Dr. Olga Kim, Professor Anna O. Budarana, and Professor Daria, to enhancing the educational experiences and providing diverse learning opportunities. The center will undoubtedly serve as a hub for academic collaboration, cultural understanding, and the exchange of pedagogical practices between our institution and the Russian educational community. So I want to express my deepest appreciation for your support, Professor Anna, as it will undoubtedly contribute to the enrichment of our academic environment, and I am confident that this center will play a pivotal role in fostering educational excellence and cross-cultural understanding within our institutions. And I also take this opportunity to welcome Professor Tatiana Baklashova, Deputy Director, Institute of Pedagogy and Psychology, Kazan Federal University, Kazan, Russia. So Professor Anna is here to represent the Kazan Federal University, and we have also signed an MOU with Kazan Federal University in 2019, and we organize various collaborative activities through the Institute of Philology and Intercultural Communication. And now we have extended this Memorandum of Understanding for another 5 years with Kazan Federal University. I am honored that you are here with us today. I extend my heartfelt welcome to Professor Anastasia Balolutskaya, Head Laboratory of Professional Competence, Assessment and Adult Development from Moscow City University, Moscow, Russia. Welcome, ma'am. And Professor Daria Mileva, Head International Relations Department, Moscow City University, Moscow, Russia. Welcome, Madam. I also welcome Ms. Natalia Agiva, Research Fellow, Center for Analytical Research and Modeling in Education, Moscow City University, Moscow, Russia. And I again feel honored in sharing that we are also the collaborative partner of Moscow City University, Russia, and we are going to sign an MOU today with Moscow City University here. You all bring a global perspective to our conference, and we are fortunate to have the opportunity to learn from your rich experiences and deep understanding of the challenges and opportunities in professional learning. I would also like to extend a welcome from the different institutions. Welcome. I welcome all the media persons to be with us on this historic occasion. I also welcome Professor Ajay Atri, Head of the Department, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, Head of the Teacher Education Department. Welcome, sir. In the last, I wanted to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude for our Director, Professor Balwant Singh, for his invaluable support and guidance throughout this significant event. Your unwavering commitment to the vision to our college and your leadership played a pivotal role in the success of this conference. Your insightful inputs, encouragement, and strategic vision were instrumental in shaping the direction of the conference, and I am truly grateful for the collaborative spirit that you brought to the planning and execution process. Your support not only ensured the smooth functioning of this event, but also added the prestige and significance to this entire institution and this occasion. Welcome, sir. To our eminent speakers and delegates who have come from different parts of India and world, I extend a very warm welcome in Ludhiana. We are indeed honored to have you all here with us. We have about 100 participants gathered here today, making this conference a truly successful one. This conference serves as a platform for intellectual exchange and collaborative learning. The theme, Navigating Change, reflects the realities of our times, where professionals across various fields are confronted with a rapidly evolving landscapes. So we look forward to an enlightening sessions where we can delve into to all of you. May this conference be a source of inspiration, knowledge, collaboration, fostering a spirit of learning and adaptability in the face of change. Let us embark on this journey of exploration and discovery together. Thank you, and I wish you all a rewarding and enriching experiences at the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your heartfelt words. It is truly an honor and privilege for me to introduce a visionary leader, an academic luminary, and driving force behind our institution's commitment to excellence. Professor Balwant Singh has been at the helm of our college, guiding it towards new heights of achievement. With an illustrious career marked by unwavering commitment to education, he brings a wealth of experience and a profound understanding of the transformative power of knowledge. Under his dynamic leadership, our college has not only embraced innovation, but has also become a beacon of academic excellence, drawing students and scholars from around the globe. A firm believer in the power of collaboration and global engagement, Professor Singh has tirelessly worked towards creating an inclusive and diverse learning environment, preparing the future teachers to thrive in an interconnected world. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in extending a warm welcome to the visionary leader who has transformed our college into a hub of intellectual vitality and academic distinction. The Director of Partap College of Education, Professor Balwant Singh, to set the tone of this conference with his valuable insights, whose expertise and wisdom will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of conference theme. I invite and welcome you, sir, on the stage.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I feel honored and privileged to be with you this morning during the inaugural session of Partap Ipda International Conference 2024. I feel delighted to welcome our chief guest, Dr. G.S. Kalra, District Governor, respected members of the Lions Club, Professor Anna, Professor Daria, Anastasia, Natalia, all my colleagues, Professor Tatiana from Russia. I don't think that they are our guests. They are part of this institution now. We are working as a sister institutions with all these universities for the last many years. So, welcome. Principals of various colleges, school heads, Professor Atri, Dr. Banga, and so many teachers from various institutions, research scholars, postgraduate students. It's a good galaxy of intellectuals. It's a matter of pride also to be with such nice group of excellent intellectuals. It is a privilege to invite all the intelligent people, especially the teachers and the community workers, community reformers, for this occasion. The institution becomes elevated with the presence and grace of such eminent personalities. So I also welcome you and convey my thanks. Though because of this indiscriminate weather, it is very difficult to travel in India, especially in these days, and the advisories are issued by the weather department not to move out, not to drive. So it is very difficult for us. This is a weather which has happened about 50 years. It's a record-breaking phenomena. So we were not expecting any such weather in the month of February. But anyway, we have to bear it. And it is affecting the participation of our very important participants which are on the way from Hisar, Rohtak, Meerut, Lucknow. I am getting their telephone calls that because of fog, we are held up and unable to reach in time. So anyway, they are driving cautiously. We are waiting for them. We are going to establish this research center established by Kaliningrad University, Russia, today. And I talked about this project with the Lions Club, which are patronizing our college campus Lions Club. They are the philanthropist group of people, eminent industrialists from the leading banks and different industries, different aspects like Dr. Kalla is from medical sciences, and there are so many different areas they are representing, but they are working together to uplift the education system, healthcare system, environment, and welfare of the weaker sections. So like that, they are also extending their help to educational institutions also. I talked with the honorable members of this club that we are going to establish a pedagogy research center and Russian learning language center here today during this conference, and eminent people are coming to inaugurate this center. So Madam Anna, I would like to bring it to your kind notice that they have extended their full support to provide high quality infrastructure for the center. So that's why today I feel a special gratitude for the Lions Club that they voluntarily extended this help to strengthen the center in future. So I hope that my colleagues from the Lions Club, they will carry forward the project proposal and will get it through from the higher bodies concerned, and we will get some grants, some matching grants to uplift the infrastructure, and they will help in the future projects also. So they wanted to meet Professor Alexander in person to discuss the probabilities for its future expansion, but because of certain reasons, Professor Alexander, rector of the university, could not reach. There is a security reason because he has been invited by the President of Russia. Only day before yesterday I got the message that he has been given some very important security assignment in the office of the President of Russia, and he is now provided a security cover, and there is a ban on his movements because of the Ukraine disturbance and also many things. So he has been picked up by the President personally to work as his advisor for the political arena and for the security council. So, but still he is trying that if he can join us, maybe in a short future, that will be very thankful for him. So this is the reason, and he has sent his delegate to continue all these activities. Now regarding IPDA India and Partap College of Education, we are working tirelessly since 2013 for organizing annual conference each year for the benefit of in-service and pre-service teachers. In spite of various reforms, we as academicians are facing the big question of having good teacher and good teacher educators in India. If we look at teaching profession broadly, it is the most important, significant and sensitive profession in the world, and teachers are the destiny makers of a nation. India has a glorious history of its education in the ancient times. There were genius and altruistic teachers who dedicatedly worked for the creation of good social values, progressive social change, and preserved the ethical values of our society. These teachers were great thinkers, social reformers, social engineers, and were the strongest pillars of the society. It was all because of the great teachers' patronage that education system worked well. Human values were well protected and they worked for the harmonious development of students, welfare of the society, peace, harmony, and prosperity. Most intelligent, serious, selfless, and dedicated people emerged as teachers. Great teachers can be enlisted as philosophers, thinkers like Socrates, Aristotle, and the spiritual teachers like Guru Nanak, elite teachers like Dr. Radhakrishnan, high-profile teachers like Dr. Manmohan Singh and Dr. Abdul Kalam, and there are many more examples. Teachers were missionaries and served as role models in the society. But with the onset of materialistic age, decline in human values, achievement-based approach in education have totally defaced this profession. Teaching learning is limited to gathering information based on the memory, and there is no place for the development of other mental faculties like understanding, reasoning, thinking, and imagination. In the existing system of education, teachers do not have self-functional, cognitive, and social competencies. The theme, Navigating Change, Professional Learning in Rapidly Changing World, is very important. And sub-themes of this topic are very specific for adaptation and innovation, inclusive professional learning for equity, challenges and opportunities of professional learning in teacher education under New Education Policy 2020. And the most important and serious topic is risk behavior of the teachers. I am repeating it again, in India especially, risk behavior of the teachers, both in service as well as pre-service teachers. Of the present day teachers and inbuilt threats to teacher education program, the present era is dominated by unprecedented technology and advancements, economic fluctuations and global crises which are affecting education system everywhere in the world. New innovations, digitalization of teaching learning, virtual classrooms, advanced information technology are fast changing and growing. In these conditions, the teachers and teacher education programs should be in tune with the changes, or they should navigate these changes accurately and quickly for their professional growth so that they are not termed as obsolete human resources in the system. Teachers are expected to integrate evolving technology adapted to diverse students' needs, cultural critical thinking, and prepare them for ever-changing conditions. Training of teachers and teacher education should be the main concern of any education policy. When we are talking about navigating changes for professional learning in this rapidly changing world, we should rethink and introspect our own self, our own status of pre-service and in-service teacher education, especially in India, for school teachers as well as for the teacher educators. Before we talk about extending our grip towards adopting professional learning or growth with reference to technology, innovation, diversity, and digitalization, we should also navigate the system of correcting the wrecked system of teacher education in India. Main principle of this navigation should be focused to correct the existing system, existing discrepancies and shortcomings of the present teacher education program, which has very serious issues to be taken care like business-oriented privatization, mushroom growth of the teacher education institutes with unproportional large number of seats which is not according to the vacancies available, corruption at the level of the regulatory bodies, no respect for teachers in the society, low salaries, poor working conditions, entry of below average and incompetent people into the teaching profession. Majority of the teachers in India, especially in Punjab, are women. They enter into the profession taking it as easy-going profession and a side business of income. Basically, they have a mindset of house management as their first priority. Teachers do not spend time for reading and writing and have no acquaintance with research, innovations. They do not want to invest money for their professional growth. We spend money on the registration for the international conferences, and the minimum contribution or the registration fee for the international conference in the world is something starting from 250 pounds or dollars to $450 or $500 per person for 2 days conference. If we multiply by Indian currency, it comes about 45,000 to 50,000 rupees to participate in one conference. And here in India, we are keeping it only as $10. $10 coming out to be 800 or 1,000 rupees. And the teachers cry so much. We cannot pay. Why we should pay? What will be the benefit? What we will get out of that? So this is the attitude, this is the mindset of these teachers, this is a risk behavior. It will affect the generations in future. They don't want to spend even a single penny on their future education and professional growth. This is the mindset of Indian society. This is a point to be of great worry. Even a plumber, a carpenter, they are thinking about upgrading their tools. Very simple tools which are coming. They go and buy the new tools so that their profession can be upgraded. And a teacher will not. Teachers are also not taking it seriously to join these in-service programs because it is not related to accountability and their teaching performance. Their growth, their professional growth is not related to their accountability. It's not related to their teaching performance. In fact, that their teaching performance in India is not at all evaluated once they join teaching profession. There is no evaluation of their performance. Whereas in the whole world, every year, your publication your research work, your teaching performance is evaluated objectively. Only then your contract is renewed for the next year. Whereas once you join job in India, especially the government job, nobody can remove you. You may not to think about to teach, you may not come even to the institution, even then your service will be secure. This is our system of education. It is not taken as a career by the teachers or as a mission or as a passion. It is only taken as a job by the teachers. And when you do some job, it is related to the money, not with the welfare of the society. In-service teacher programs have become hoax and mockery. Management of these institutions admits students under self-created non-attending program. A new category has emerged in India, non-attending category. It has gone to all the institutions, to the teacher training institutions, nursing, medical profession, engineering, law, and now it is trickling down to the schools. The people are admitted to the school, but they are not coming to the school. That's why the crime is increasing, the rapes are increasing, and drugs are increasing. Our youth is addicted to the drugs because they don't go to the institutions. There is no control of the parents or of the teachers on this astray youth. They go away and indulge in illegal activities. This is the risk involved, which our society is not foreseeing. Everybody is sitting like a pigeon, closing the eyes that it does not belong to me. The teachers pay fee, students pay fee and do not attend classes at all, even for a single day. They buy their degrees by paying fee and have no competence to become teachers at all. Preparing teacher educators have also gone the same way in India. These degree holder teachers are unemployable and a serious threat to the society and coming generation. They are the risk bombs which are being produced by commercial teacher educational institutions. Schools, society, and government should take strict measures to stop this wrong practice to save the nation. Parents should not encourage this practice of non-attendance. When we admit the students, the parents accompany their daughter or the son. They come and they say themselves, "Sir, you take your fee, but she will not attend the classes." I ask this question, why? Say, she has done her graduation also like this, sitting at home. She did not go to the college and she completed her degree, and she will be excellent in your B.Ed also. She will make name of your college in the university. She is very intelligent. She will not come. You take your fee. Parents encourage the students not to study, but to take the degree. If the government has parents should not encourage this practice of non-attendance. If the government has serious recruitment policy, sufficient salaries for the teachers, then intelligent and competent teachers will be attracted towards this profession. When they were sure that their employment role and responsibility, they will definitely take training programs seriously and will learn under strenuous training programs. So first we should improve the quality of teachers' status and salary. there should be scientific admission procedures, and admission should be allowed in the quality evaluated teacher training institutes only. Strict curriculum and school internship programs should be implemented. The recruitment of the teachers should be based on teacher eligibility test and national eligibility test. Evaluation system should be objective based and there should be no privilege in the hands of teachers as internal assessment or sessional work. Just look at this picture, which is there in front of you, and the shooting of results from average 50% marks in graduation. We admit students who are graduates. They come from different institutions. I have made a research and attempt to find this reason. The students coming after passing graduation, they are with the 50% marks, 52%, 55% marks, something like that. Majority of are from 45 to 50% in their graduation. Very few are from 55 or 60 or to maybe 65% in graduation. They come and join B.Ed course. All of them, they shoot up to 75% achievement in B.Ed. A student getting 50% marks in graduation while passing B.Ed, 75% plus 80%, 85%. And the funny aspect is, he or she has not attended even a single class. How this 85% marks? Has anybody thought that the evaluation system is a mockery? Are we labeling the teachers which are empty adverbs, having nothing inside, and putting a stamp of genius and 85% achievement in the teacher training program? It is happening almost every year. There is no fail, there is no compartment in B.Ed. Everybody is getting 80-85% marks. Out of 1,000 marks, 60% are in the hands of the institution. Internal assessment. And out of those 600 marks, some institutions, they sometimes over enthusiastic, they put 650 marks out of 600 for their students. Only university people detect it, but they give 65 marks out of 600. This is the story. In India, there are only 10% of teachers who are in the zone of digital technology. Only 10% people, and the schools are actually using digital technology. And only 10% of teachers are competent digitally. They play with the telephone. They play with WhatsApp. But they do not know anything which is useful in the teaching learning process. Only 10% people, and the 10% schools in India are competent enough for running digital technology. And they need real navigation. Those teachers, they need real upgradation. They need advanced courses. But the rest of teacher population in India still need strict measures of amending their behavior to their defined role. They need, to my mind, they need navigation of correcting their basic learning process, basic system of their training programs. And this conference is intended to deliberate upon how these teachers can be brought back to the mainstream of training programs, in-service training programs, and they can bring back these young population back to the institutions to become good teachers, and then these teachers, when they go back to the society and go to the schools, they take the responsibility of handling these delicate people, delicate young students. They are the hope of the nation. They are the hope of the families. They are the burning flames of their families. We have a very great responsibility. Teaching profession is the most difficult, most interesting, and most passionate profession. Whereas in the list of the priority, it has come to the lowest level. We should navigate. We as teachers, I request you as a senior colleague, for my 40, 45, 50 years of experience teaching in India as well as teaching abroad, I have a pain in my heart that we are too late and we are taking it very easily that सब चलता है, मजे करेंगे, क्या करना है. Parents have joined this negligence. Politicians have joined, policymakers, IAS officers, everybody has joined this game of spoiling the nation. So, my dear friends, let us take pledge. Let us be careful. Let us be concentrated enough and focus on the teacher training program and the production of a quality teacher training education system. Look towards the global teachers. Here are some prominent professors of eminence from various universities. I have seen very closely their functioning. I have taught in Kazan Federal University. There is a lot of snow, almost 8 months a year. Temperature is minus 25 degrees to minus 45 degrees centigrade. The whole day, there is always snow. And the classes start at 8 a.m. in the morning. The girls sitting in the classes at 8 a.m., where the sun rises at 11, something like that. Here in India, you just say when they come and when they go. A little rain is an excuse. Sir, बारिश हो रही है, आप इसके साथ we are not prepared to face challenges. We have made our youth to sleep in the bed, and the population, the politicians have made our population to look for the freebies. 2 रुपए किलो आटा मिल जाए, सब लाइन में खड़े रहो. शगन स्कीम मिल जाए, लड़की का कन्यादान हो जाएगा, उसमें खड़े रहो. बस में फ्री. All old ladies are just roaming because bus free है. जाना कितने नहीं, उन्होंने धक्के मार के गाला कट के घर आ जांदियां ने. बिजली फ्री है. और फ्री कोई गवर्नमेंट, we are paying, the taxpayers are paying for the bus fare of these freebies. We are paying the electricity bill of these people. We are paying for all this, and we are getting no quality of life. So it is to be very, very thoroughly probed in, peeped into this, and then find ways and measures to amend it. Look towards the betterment of a glory of India's past. All these teachers, which you have seen some photographs, take them as a role model. Take them as your mission, future mission of this. So with this all, I will request the young teachers and all my colleagues to interact with these international speakers so that you can inspire, you can ignite your inner feeling to become a good teacher, to a good professional. So thank you very much. Whatever I felt, I must think about the agony which is spoiling the teacher training programs in India. We should be very, very serious about it. And once again, I am thankful to all my international colleagues and my dear friends at the Lion Club. and especially as a token of my love, respect, I present these flowers as our token of love to our chief guest.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening, elaborative, and thought-provoking speech. We have thoroughly understood about the theme of the conference, that it's not just the technology and inclusivity that we need to navigate. We need to navigate our own self as teacher and teacher educator. Thank you once again, sir. We are delighted to announce that we have a special video message from Professor Alexander A. Fedorov, Rector of Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University, Kaliningrad, Russia, who, despite being unable to come here, has graciously shared his thoughts and expertise with us. At this moment, I invite you to direct your attention to the screens as we play video message by Professor Fedorov. Let's take video message by Professor Fedorov for a moment to absorb the wisdom and insight he has kindly shared with us. Please.
Уважаемый профессор Балвант Синг, глубоко уважаемые коллеги, разрешите приветствовать вас от лица Балтийского федерального университета имени Иммануила Канта. Мне выпала большая честь выступить на сегодняшнем мероприятии, посвященном началу 12-й международной конференции Международной ассоциации профессионального развития управления изменениями, профессиональное обучение в стремительно меняющемся мире, а также открытию Центра российской педагогики Балтийского федерального университета на базе Партапского педагогического колледжа. В начале своего выступления я хотел бы отметить общую тенденцию к интенсификации академических отношений между Россией и Индией. На прошлой неделе в ходе посещения Балтийского федерального университета президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин выразил уверенность в скором решении вопросов взаимного признания дипломов об образовании и научных степеней России и Индии. Также президент подчеркнул, что в индийских школах все больше и больше растет интерес к русскому языку, а в достаточно большом количестве российских школ начинается изучение хинди. Академическое сообщество Балтийского федерального университета также чувствует усиление сотрудничества между Россией и Индией в сфере высшего образования. По данным за 2023 год в России обучается более 18 тысяч индийских студентов. В нашем вузе молодые люди из Индии составляют самую многочисленную национальную группу – 26% всех иностранных студентов Балтийского федерального университета. Наш вуз гордится каждым из них. Мы отмечаем присущие ребятам целеустремленность, доброжелательность и креативность. Стремимся создавать им все необходимые условия для получения качественного образования. Растущее год от года количество индийских студентов заставило нас задуматься не только о привлечении молодежи из Индии на обучение, но и налаживании сотрудничества с учебными заведениями с целью взаимного обогащения педагогического потенциала. Отвечая на требования времени, Балтийский федеральный университет и Партапский педагогический колледж пришли к выводу о необходимости более тесного сотрудничества. Ровно год назад в рамках международной конференции по педагогическому образованию в Партапском педагогическом колледже начался академический диалог между нашими учебными заведениями. Уже в апреле 2023 года Балтийский федеральный университет тепло приветствовал руководство колледжа в Калининграде на Международном педагогическом конгрессе «Устойчивое развитие образования». С тех пор сотрудничество нашей организации стало в высшей степени интенсивным. И сегодня я с гордостью сообщаю, что результатом такого сотрудничества стало открытие Центра российской педагогики Балтийского федерального университета в стенах Партапского педагогического колледжа. Учреждая подобные центры, мы исходим из идеи распространения лучших образовательных практик России за рубежом и взаимного использования опыта наших уважаемых коллег. Центр дает всем желающим доступ к обширному российскому педагогическому образованию, обеспечит доступ к широкому спектру учебных материалов и научно-популярной информации. Мы с радостью поделимся с индийскими коллегами методиками, разработанными великими педагогами прошлого в сочетании с новаторскими подходами, которые умело реализуются в нашем университете. Мы верим, что работа Центра будет способствовать развитию международного диалога, укреплению взаимопонимания и практик медиации между нашими народами. Характер индийского педагогической традиции сконцентрирован в идее миссии Балтийского федерального университета и зиждется на 4 ценностях: наследие, инновации, равенство и будущее. Без уважения к наследию, принятия инноваций и обеспечения равенства возможностей невозможно построение будущего. Свою речь я хочу завершить словами классика отечественной педагогики Ушинского. Педагогика не наука, а искусство. Самое обширное, сложное, самое высокое и самое необходимое из всех искусств. Как искусство сложное и обширное, оно опирается на множество обширных и сложных наук. Как искусство, оно, кроме знаний, требует способностей и наклонностей. И как искусство, оно же стремится к идеалу, вечно достигаемому и никогда вполне недостижимому, к идеалу совершенного человека. Уверен, совместными усилиями, через взаимопроникновение культур и накопленного опыта нам удастся приблизиться к этому идеалу. Еще раз поздравляю всех присутствующих и желаю плодотворной работы на полях конференции. Позвольте мне также выразить глубокое сожаление о том, что я не смогу лично сегодня присутствовать на открытии конференции и открытии нашего Центра российской педагогики, но думаю, что в самое ближайшее время мы поправим эту ситуацию и обменяемся взаимными визитами. Всего вам самого наилучшего, глубоко уважаемые коллеги.
Thank you, Professor Fedro, for your warm wishes, and we really hope that in future we will get chance to see him and listen him in person. Thank you once again, and we express our heartfelt gratitude from the bottom of our heart. Now, we are thrilled to share a momentous occasion with you all, the release of the much anticipated 6th edition of book Professionalism in Education. This compendium, a treasure trove of insights and knowledge, encapsulates the collective wisdom and expertise of educators, scholars from around the world. Before we proceed with this momentous unveiling, it is my distinct honor to invite our chief guest, Dr. G.S. Kalra, Professor Balwant Singh, Professor Anna Obudarena, Professor Tatiana, Professor Daria, and Dr. Manpreet Kaur to join us on stage to release the 6th edition of the book Professionalism in Education. This book is a testament of our commitment to advancing the discourse on professionalism in education and the continuous pursuit of excellence in our field. Each chapter, a contribution from esteemed researchers and practitioners, reflect the dynamic of education and evolving role of professionalism in shaping the future of learning. Thank you. I request Professor Balwant Singh and Professor Anna to please stay on stage for the exchange of the documents. Professor Balwant Singh and Professor Anna for the exchange of documents. For the opening ceremony of the center. The Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University Center for Russian Pedagogy. We have another momentous information and news to share with everyone that we are collaborating with Moscow City University, Moscow, Russia. For that, I invite Professor Daria Milyava on stage to exchange the documents. This is a milestone of our conference that every year since 2019, we are collaborating with international universities. Last year we had signed a memorandum of understanding with Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University and Deshbhagat University. And this year we are signing memorandum of understanding for our future collaboration with Moscow City University. Now, we are proceeding further for the academic and intellectual feast with the keynote speeches of our worthy keynote speakers. Our first keynote speaker will be Professor Anna Obudarina. She's Chair of Dissertation Council for Pedagogical Sciences and Head of the Institute of Education and Humanities at Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University, Kaliningrad, Russia. Her areas of research are continuous professional development, theory and methodology of professional linguistic education, intercultural communication, design of educational environments, testing and assessment, intercultural mediation, effective teaching practices and innovation in education. Professor Anna is the author of 7 monographs and more than 120 research papers have been published in peer-reviewed scientific journals. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and enthusiasm that I invite our esteemed keynote speaker to the stage. Please join me in welcoming Professor Anna Obudarina, whose insights and expertise are set to illuminate our conference.
Dear esteemed members of the conference, dear colleagues, it's my pleasure and honor to greet you here, and I express great and deep gratitude towards Professor Balwant Singh and Dr. Manpreet Kaur to inviting me here and for your trust and hope for our present and future cooperation. Actually, we are here right now as witnesses to a very anticipated event throughout our conference calendar annually, with this conference at Partap International Development Association Conference. And here I'm also happy to present my speech on very particular problem of the future and the present of education, and it's the problem of educating practitioners through the vision of different internalization practices and the vision of how we should proceed with the development of future technology, and to proceed with knowing that only mediation and intercultural communication can help us in moving on. It's also my pleasure and honor to present my speech as the head and to welcome you today as the head of the Institute of Education and the Humanities of Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University. And in the university, we are inspired by a very famous quotation of the great philosopher Immanuel Kant, and his quotation in Latin, sapere aude, that's in Latin, sapere aude, dare to think. Right now, with the development of technologies, that's very important for us, crucially important for us, to have their desire, to have this dareness to think when we are confronted by the threats of artificial intelligence and the artificial generative intelligence technologies. So that's the message I want to convey you today, and we are going to reflect on this right now. So when we talk about the idea of education nowadays and how modern generations go into profession, into teaching profession, it's very important to see that the mechanisms of knowledge transfer have changed greatly. And if you have a look at this quite famous PBD comics meme, you'll see that it's about the idea of well-being. And so even this idea of well-being is distorted through the picture of such memic culture of modern generations. But here, via education, we should understand that though they might think differently due to the influence of internet and internet culture, we should somehow grasp their attention when they think differently, to motivate them, even via the help of such pictures, to move on and to think deeply. So when we talk about the idea of understanding and teach education and educating practitioners, we should think about the idea how we grasp the culture, the grasp of the civilizational code of the nations. So we can grasp it via our own culture and our own native language, and we say there is a native language identity, or we can grasp it via international culture, why international understanding and mediation, and then that we call second language identity, and then understanding the global picture of education, the global picture of civilization and development. We can think of such notions as awareness, self-awareness, as ideology. So how we convey certain values of society and via assessment, and everything is important here. So here's just a picture in Russian of the phrases that you're not going to teach, and I just translate some of them, to teach your students studying Russian. So the sentences would be like, is breakfast included in the lunch, or take care of my horse, or am I speak English? So I speak like nonsense, like quite stupid things, like if you study English, you're not going to use the sentence, London is the capital of Great Britain. No way, because it's not just the idea that, of course, you understand the words and you understand the meanings, like London is the capital of Great Britain, but your learners are not going to use this sentence in their future life. So we should think of how to teach, even culturally speaking, speaking from the second language identity. Then, when we talk about the presence of education and the presence of educational environment, of course, we should understand that the results of education are very important. And here you can see the aims, the present aims, not the future aims, the present aims of education. My university, Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University, is one of the 6 universities chosen by the Ministry of Russian, and right now should be considered as the civilizational heritage, as well as history, as well as some assets like we see in museums. So education is a civilizational heritage nowadays. And of course, we should think about their changed attitudes towards methods, techniques, and principles of education. Let me show you some bits of cross-cultural context of language environment. If you have a look at the pictures here, you might understand that some of them can be, well, quite recognizable, some of them not. Though if we talk about the regional aims of educational and regional and national and international aims of language learning, there could be some topics, well, you're quite familiar with them, like fruits. And of course, you may not teach your learners such words as apples, bananas, cherries, because they know such words. But you might know a famous Russian song, Kalinka, Malinka. Well, so what? There are 2 berries, but normally Kalinka, that's cranberry bush. That's a very specific word to know and to learn. And so when Russian students start learning English, they may not know such words that are quite popular. The same as with Indian words. You know, I'm quite a specialist in linguistics, but only a month ago I knew quite a new notion, a new word for me, that's neem tree, N-E-E-M. I didn't know that. I thought that's, I'm not quite botanically wired, but I thought it's a kind of eucalyptus tree. So that was, and the reason there is not only a word, is quite a civilizational code of Indian culture to know such word, but I knew it with my proficiency in English and being to India 3 times. I knew it only a month ago. So what is important nowadays is to think twice, yes, which words to use. Because culturally speaking and civilizationally speaking, it's very important that we should change the methods, once again, and techniques of education, having in mind that our learners may have in hand, well, all the knowledge of civilization via internet. Yes, so there should be some clues and vectors of development, how we should pick up words which are culturally important, hereditary important for us. Then that's a very famous nursery rhyme in Russia, quite basic. You have such basic nursery rhymes. Just the first rhyme, when you start learning Russian, you should pick up. It's like «Наша Таня громко плачет, уронила в речку мячик». That is quite simple. But you know, students studying languages, so I used to have such problems with my Indian students, future teachers of German and future teachers of geography, exchange students from Kiel University, and they have a level of Russian English like B2 because they were exchange students, and they couldn't make up these quite easy nursery rhymes. They had, well, particular problems, and they put in with this closed test, not cry, in Russian, and not a ball, but they said it's a stick and shouting. So just different, quite specifically marked as B2. So they were not successful with basic vocabulary because, of course, they were not raised in the Russian culture. But it's just the idea, if you pick up languages and you pick up civilizational codes, that you are into this culture of a particular language, you should start with the basics. You should start with the encoded messages in the culture to develop the emotional intelligence of our learners, again, to confront the risks of artificial intelligence. And it's just the same test in English. So for my students studying English at a proficiency level, they have particular problems with this test. Well, just it could be like scored like 0 scores, though it's basic vocabulary. Why is it so? Because they were not raised within Beatrice Porter fairy tales, and they couldn't fit in like basin and pie and the rolling pin, because they studied such words as development or competence, and they are very good in principles and whatever, but not with the basic vocabulary engraved in the consciousness of the learner, if it's native culture. Then what's the tendency of development of civilization in terms of education? It's just this development from behaviorism, from automated knowledge, development towards post-method, towards reflective practitioners. And here you can see that here is the plasticine things made by my international students, Indian students studying medicine, and made of my students studying education, future teachers. So these things are not just like concepts. They tried to produce quite specific concepts in education. So if you have a look at this circle, plasticine circle, it looks like bread, but they produced what we called synectic approach. So they, with the plasticine, they used synectic approach because of this very famous, from physics, the very famous version of Möbius belt, if you know, Möbius loop. Then the one here, the concept of infinity, that's lifelong learning, yes? Then this one that looks like the magnifying glass is the concept of deductive method in education, and the one that's a learner inside and that's academic environment. So you know, you can use such basic things to develop the creativity of the learners. Now in the present development of education, it's very important for us to think about multi-agent interaction. So prior to this, there were subjects of education, agents of education, as a teacher and a learner. Right now, it's a teacher and a learner and a parent or parents. But later on, there will be a teacher, a learner, a parent, and this artificial intelligent something. So that is multi-agent, and we should think of this and tolerance and motivation towards what we want to convey through certain pictures, just like this one. Then, when we think about the third actor and about multi-actor words and multi-actor civilizational threats, we should also understand that artificial environment and artificial generative intelligence has certain hallucinations. There are flaws and mistakes that can be seen right now quite visibly through some analytical reports conducted by artificial intelligence. So think of this. If a learner can produce his or her text with the help of artificial intelligent technologies, and then we can put our personal signature under the text, and then later on there can be hallucinations via this, that is, mistakes of artificial intelligence. So it's important to understand right now. But it's not just that we are talking of threats of artificial intelligence. Of course, we should understand that worldwide there are 7,000 languages people speak worldwide. And of course, artificial intelligence can help us to identify languages, to identify certain accents and intercultural codes. So it's not just the bad picture for us, but also could be quite happy. Here, you can see my portrait here. So I tried some specific, quite easy exercise. I used GPT chat and our Russian GPT chat to produce an image of myself. And this is all me produced by artificial intelligence. And you see that I tried particular, so the first picture of me that I got, that one, quite a happy me, but not me, I describe myself as a teacher of English at Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University. So the picture I got, as you see, is not me at all, and not the one from the Baltic Federal. Then I said, okay, I'm a female teacher, and I got this. Then I said, I'm female teacher of Russia, and I've got this one. And then I said, and I'm a female teacher from the university named after a famous philosopher, and I've got this picture of me. Then I posted the picture of me and said, okay, it's just like me, but as a professor of university, and I've got this image. So later on I practiced quite a lot, and after some attempts, some efforts, I used the picture that I'm quite contented with. So, of course, artificial intelligence can be taught to do what we want, but then there will be some border, some facet and the edge when we are not sure what image of ourselves we are going to get as our third actor of education. And of course, that's important to understand that we should not anthropomorphize the artificial intelligence. So it's not human, and we should think of the threats of measuring certain concepts as non-human. So we should think about the existence threats of civilization, and our measurement scale should be humanity or not humanity. So we should choose humanity. That is important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your intellectual keynote on language and artificial intelligence. Indeed, it was quite inspiring and enlightening. Our next keynote speaker is a true luminary in the field of education. So get ready to be inspired as we welcome to the stage Professor Tatiana Baklashova. She is a Doctor of Pedagogical Sciences and Associate Professor. She has been working in the field of education for more than 25 years, having started her professional career as a teacher of English at a school. Her further professional development continued at the Department of Foreign Languages as well as at the Department of Higher School Pedagogy at Kazan Federal University. Dr. Tatiana has experience in leading international activities in higher education and organizing major educational conferences. She has published more than 100 journal articles and books. Since 2016, she has been developing a new model of school-university partnership implemented at Kazan Federal University. She is known in the scientific world as a scientist, comparativist, dealing with the problem of teacher education, methodology of learning by doing at school and university. We are truly excited to hear her thoughts on pre-vocational teacher training in Russia, genesis and modernity. We welcome you, ma'am, on stage.
Thank you so much, dear Balwanda. Dear colleagues, dear friends, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm really honored and privileged to be here. Thank you very much, Dr. Balwant, Dr. Manpreet, for your invitation, and warm regards from our team from Kazan Federal University. We are on friendly terms, we are working together, and I hope that our collaboration will continue in future. Today I will present our experience of pre-vocational teacher training, and I'd like to begin with the term of professionalization, because this conference is dedicated to professional development, and professionalization means professional development of teacher education is the keynote principle of many educational systems. Both scientists and practicing teachers are actively researching the process of becoming a qualified educator. The following are essential components of this process. Firstly, it's the choice of a profession by the student, considering their capabilities and abilities. Secondly, mastering a set of rules and regulations of the profession. Development and realization of themselves as professionals, fostering the professional experience through the personal contribution, self-development, etc., etc. We focused on the study of pre-vocational teacher training in Russia, its origin and current state, as representatives of our pedagogical culture. We mainly emphasize the history and current state of pedagogical classes in Russia, which form the core of the system of pre-vocational teacher training. Currently, these classes are a priority of our educational policy agenda. Pedagogical classes are on the next stage of their development. It should be highlighted that pedagogical classes within the general secondary education system in Russia have been practiced for almost 2 centuries. They have been recognized as an effective teacher training method in complicated stages of national history and is a part of the vocational guidance of school students. On the one hand, modern pedagogical classes can be a significant element of the system of continuous teacher education. And on the other hand, they contribute to the understanding of the meaning and content of the teacher's profession and solve the problems of vocational guidance and professional identity. Sorry? Yeah. Thank you so much. Everything's okay. Thank you. So the contents of our report are presented on the current screen, and during the report we'll actualize the problem of the historical and pedagogical research, and we'll present the history of the formation of pedagogical classes in Russia in the period from the 18th century, but it will be in short, to the present day, indicating the periods of development of the system of teacher training, and we will try to identify the nature of the methodology of the organization of pre-vocational teacher training and reflect the Russian perspective on the specialized psychological and pedagogical classes and its essential characteristics. Hopefully, our reference to the nature of the methodology of organizing pre-vocational teacher training in Russia, the introduction of the Russian perspective on the specialized psychological and pedagogical classes, and the analysis of the most well-known and effective models will provide a deeper understanding on the current context of vocational teacher training in our country and its importance as part of Russian teacher education system. So, modern provocational teacher training in Russia is the first stage in the system of continuous education of the teacher, and it is simultaneously an additional education to the general school education. The main objective here is the vocational guidance to school students. They can serve as initial professional training on the basis of basic general education. The main provocational educational institution in Russia is general education schools that provide the content of education and training, implementing one or the more educational programs. The Russian system of provocational teacher education correlates to a certain extent with the international standards set in this field. Provocational education is designed to introduce students to the work environment and prepare them to enter vocational or technical education programs. Okay, the content and nature of modern provocational education in the world are predetermined by the context of the country. The peculiarities of the development of the teacher education system as a whole and historical premises. The history of provocational training shows that initially it was designed for those students who didn't intend to move to an advanced level of education or enter in higher education institution. Nowadays, there are systems of continuous teacher education where provocational education is the most important element of it, a complete stage of the professional identity of the high school student. The latter is characterized by the active motivation of students to choose a learning profile, full-fledged formation of extra functional skills in students in this case, including basic and special knowledge, value orientations, attitudes, and communicative skills. These are those personal qualities that in the long run determine the core of professional pedagogical activity. Such systems include teacher education in Russia, in the formation of which pedagogical classes played a critical role. Provocational teacher training in Russia has very long history and is characterized by certain stages. It's reasonable to refer to the end of the 18th century as the period of their active formation. This is explained by the study of pedagogy in theological seminaries, pedagogical classes in the Smolny Institute of Noble Maidens, which was established on May 16, 1764, by the decree of the Russian Empress Catherine the Great. 1859 is considered to be the initial stage of the establishment of pedagogical classes in Russia. A great Russian educator, Konstantin Ushinsky, Professor Anna said about this scientist, established the very first pedagogical class on the basis of the Smolny Institute of Noble Maidens. Establishment of the first pedagogical class, its mission and purpose are based on the fundamental principle of professional orientation of education to the teaching profession. Education in such class is predetermined by the Ushinsky philosophy. He interpreted the teaching of pedagogy as the science and art of educating a person. In the early 1860s, the transformation of pedagogical departments existing at the Women's Gymnasium or the office of the institutions of Empress Maria into pedagogical classes occurred. They became popular at the end of the 19th century. Pedagogical classes were developed further in the post-revolutionary period. It's the 1920s. They were established in pilot schools at institutes of public education, higher pedagogical educational institutions established in the USSR. The post-war period of pedagogical classes in Russia is characterized by the priority of professional orientation as a system of scientifically grounded activities aimed at training students to choose a profession, considering their personal qualities and the socioeconomic situation in the labor market, to assist them in their professional identity and employment. Since the 1960s, pedagogical classes as an element of the system of professional orientation have been implementing provocational training of students of general education schools. with orientation to pedagogical professions, targeting students to enter pedagogical universities. In 1980s, these years, they are characterized by a widespread of pedagogical classes in the country, along with the systematic realization of large number of theoretical and applied works on the study of this phenomenon. In 1990s, pedagogical classes in Russia were actively developing according to original programs. These programs prioritize reliance on the process of self-discovery, self-development, and professional identity of the student. In modern system of continuous teacher education in Russia, the pedagogical class is a phenomenon of professional identity of the student as a future teacher, the result of which should be his or her status in the professional community and society as a whole. In 2021, the Ministry of Education of the Russian Federation has set a priority to make Russia one of the top 10 countries in terms of the quality of general education. Therefore, greater attention is being paid to teacher training at universities and advanced training institutes, and the establishment of 5,000 specialized pedagogical classes at Russian schools. Currently, there is a common perception among scientists and practicing teachers in Russia concerning the qualitative organization of the work of pedagogical classes. They recognize that it's impossible to organize it without the interaction of school and university, without the development of school-university partnership. There is currently a change of focus and the content of teacher training, reflecting the new realities of modern society. There has been a decline in the prestige of the profession of teaching among young people in recent years for a number of reasons. There is a rather large gap between the number of graduates of teaching faculties at Russian universities and the actual need for teachers at Russian schools. Therefore, society and the education system are reconsidering the importance of pre-vocational education for students. The national priority is to increase the number of graduates who plan to tie their future careers with the education system and to increase the number of so-called non-accidental students in higher education, whether it is a classical university or university for teacher education. Characteristics of pre-vocational teacher education predetermines the approach to its organization: subject-oriented and practice-oriented activity. The subject-oriented approach enables to include students in a variety of activities, namely academic, quasi-professional, and social, important. So the practice-oriented approach implies the transfer of psychological and educational knowledge, which the student learn in the process of pre-vocational teacher education, into practical action. A theory becomes a means of solving practical problems related to teacher training. Here it's necessary to account for changes in the requirements for professional teaching activity when selecting the content of pre-vocational pedagogical classes and not see the school student the same as the college or university student. Pedagogical casuistry, it means case studies of real teaching situations together with supervisors, seem to be valuable in pre-vocational teacher training. Students discuss together and justify their proposals for overcoming the professional problem that they have encountered in practice. Situational tasks and case studies often used in Russian schools. The training format, analysis of educational situations, which involves supervisors from the university and schools, is utilized. Not only the analysis of the situation and the search for a solution, but also the actual use is prioritized. In this case, it's interpreted as a socio-professional trial, when a life situation is especially planned and then played out by the participants of training under the guidance of teachers. To date, there are various models of provocational education of teachers in Russian Federation, and the most common model, the model of pedagogical classes. Pedagogical classes in Russia are of a variable nature, differentiated at both regional and institutional levels. The variability of the organization of pedagogical classes in Russia and the variety of formats of provocational teacher education do not mean that the system is fragmented. To date, the Russian Federation is implementing a unified national concept of profile, psychological and pedagogical classes. This concept was designed to address a range of issues at the regional and municipal levels, such as an increase the quality of education of graduates who are able to make an informed choice the sphere of future professional educational activity and are prepared for the digital environment. Also, improve the quality of professional training of specialists who have chosen training by vocation, and reduce the dropout rate of students in teacher training and young teacher graduates in the first 3 years of their teaching career, and also its development of social partnership between educational organizations and society. Dr. Balvan said that training of teachers should be the main concern of any educational policy. Supporting this idea, I should say that there is currently a sufficient regulatory and legal framework in Russia for the establishment of specialized psychological and pedagogical classes. All this activity is regulated by official documents. They are presented on the screen. Analysis of the conceptual framework for organizing the activities of psychological and pedagogical classes indicates the following priorities, such as identification of gifted students and formation of their readiness for professional and personal identity, the integration of pedagogically gifted students into the professional community at the stage of school education. The system of provocational teacher education has the task of forming students' idea about people-centered professional activity. Pedagogical classes should also provide opportunities to gain experience in psychopedagogical and social pedagogical activities through professional practice. The main approaches and principles of organizing the activities of psychological and pedagogical classes are subject, action, and practice-oriented approaches. The concept outlines the mechanism for organizing psychological and pedagogical classes, such as mechanism of admission, of selection of students to specialized classes, mechanism for the development of network interaction between educational organizations, mechanism for the development of social partnership, and the mechanism for assessing the results of education in the condition of functioning these special classes. One should say that in Russia there is a strong belief in the necessity of early acquaintance of school children with the world of professions, to promote efficient personal professional identity of the student. Teaching in psychology and pedagogical classes, due to its specifics, should form special skills of students that involve the use of strategies and methods of effective communication, empathy and social observation, self-control, reflection, skills of support, persuasion and influence, skills of self-presentation and presentation of one's own product, skills of social design, skills of working in a group and with a group and others. Students in pedagogical classes have an organic combination of theoretical and practical training. Theory should be mastered by students with regard to practice so that they can understand the essence of teaching methods or forms of work with children. And in conclusion, I'd like to say that the history of pre-vocational teacher training in Russia dates of the 2 centuries and is characterized by diverse periods. Despite the different priorities at any given stage of its development, pre-vocational teacher training has always been one of the most significant elements of continuous teacher education. It's valuable tool, for professional orientation of school children, their identity in activities. Teacher education helps to set value orientations to the profession of the teacher, contributes to the formation of special worldview of high school students, and accustoms them to communicating in the school pre-vocational environment. Pedagogical classes, first introduced in Russia at the end of 18th century, have been undergone continuous development and transformation up to the present day. Initially established for the development of women education, they contributed to the formation of Russian teacher education, ensuring its continuous nature, as well as the profiling of school education. In the 21st century, in a new stage of history, pedagogical classes in Russia are considered by the state and society as a means of attracting more non-accidental students to a pedagogical college or university, as a means of making a conscious choice to study in a professional pedagogical educational institution. Development of various forms of school-university cooperation and strengthen the institution of school-university partnership in Russia provide new opportunities for pre-vocational teacher education in the country and contribute to the improvement of the system of teacher education at the national level. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Tatiana, for your enlightening keynote address. It really helped us to understand the teacher training program in Russia, and we can better understand it with the comparison with the teacher program system in India. Our next keynote speaker, I must say keynote speakers, so knowledge and illumination come in a bunch, as it is a shared keynote speech between Professor Anastasia and Professor Daria Milyava. Professor Anastasia holds a PhD in psychological science since 2006. She has been working as leading researcher and the head of laboratory of professional competence assessment and adult development at Research Institute of Urban Studies and Global Education of Moscow City University, Moscow. Professor Anastasia has more than 20 years of experience of scientific and pedagogical work at the university. As an associate professor at the Directorate of Educational Programs of Moscow State Pedagogical University, she has extensive experience in managing research projects, including on state assignments from Moscow Department of Education and Science. She has also repeatedly participated in the implementation of projects under grants from Russian National Fund and Russian Foundation for Basic Research. She has experience in developing and conducting research in the field of professional development of young teachers. Professor Anastasia has 82 publications in the RSCI. The number of citations of publication in the RSCI is 386. She is an active participant at international and national conferences. And Professor Daria is working as a researcher, projects coordinator, and the head of international relations of Moscow City University. She has more than 18 years of work at the university and has extensive experience in managing research projects, including international projects such as Erasmus+, World Bank, and the projects on the state assignments from the Moscow Department of Education and Science. She works as a research and data analysis in the field of international education and sciences. So I welcome Professor Anastasia and Professor Daria on stage for their keynote address.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Yes, we're extremely happy to be here. Thank you for everybody for having us, for the invitation, and especially many thanks to Professor Balwant and Professor Manpreet and the whole team of this college for your bright energy and for all your forces that you build all these academical bridges, all these senses. Many thanks to you, Professor Balwant, that you discuss problems and urgent social problems. So, and in our report, we are also going to discuss a bit of actual problems connected to the professional education in Russia. So, this is the third report for today. Yes, we feel that you're a little bit tired, but just to, just a little bit to relax. We are going to have a lot of graphs, information, and research data. Yes, just to finalize all the presentations. So, our paper, our presentation will be connected to our research project. It is devoted to the professional tracks of novice teachers. So, it's a result of our comparative research with Moscow data and the data of 3 Russian regions more. A little bit later we will show the map. But next, first of all, we are going to say a few words about Moscow City University. Daria, yes, please.
Hello, colleagues. It's a great honor for us to be here. And first, we would like briefly introduce who we are. As you see, Moscow City University was founded in 1995 by Moscow City government, and it was a time where it was a strong need for teachers in Moscow. And so for this time we did a big job, and now we have entered the QS ranking, and now we are leading in the entrance exam ranking in all Russian teacher training universities. And talking about structure, about the university, MCU is rapidly growing university, and now we have 13 institutes, 20 labs, 6 colleges and schools. We have 20,000 students, and about 500 of them are international ones. And nowadays we could say that we are preparing the biggest part of teachers for Moscow and for the other regions, and forming teacher training policy for Moscow. So it's important for us to monitor teacher trajectories, and we would be happy to share our research results with you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's just a picture of people who made this research, the team of our laboratory, and what has been done. Yes, so we had two main sources of data. So we requested the statistical information in dynamics over a 3-year period from Moscow Center of Digitalization of Education. It's rather new center, and I should say here that not in each Russian region we have such. Not in each Russian region we have such center of digitalization, but in Moscow we have, and that is why we had such opportunity to collect the data about all Moscow schools. Not just sample, but all Moscow schools. You see that it's 574. I'm sorry? So, and the second source of data was a comparative study. It was a written survey, and it was questionnaire. we asked novice teachers and head school principals about the professional tracks, the professional trajectories, and different factors that attract young people to the teaching profession, and different factors that push out them from teacher professions. So, and you see that more than 4,000 of respondents totally we had. Because of we had two main sources of data, you will see that some of slides will be devoted only to Moscow data, and some of slides will be devoted to comparative information between Moscow and different regions. It's important to say that novice teachers in this precise project are persons under 35 years old and under 5 years of employment in school. Yes, so two main conditions. Yeah? A bit about research geography. Sorry that it's in Russian, but I will explain. So it's a map of our regions, and here is Moscow. It's of course it's a capital with more than 13 million of people. Besides Moscow, in this research project, we had Krasnoyarsk region. It's the biggest region in Siberia. So all this territory. Buryatia Republic with Baikal Lake, so it's also Siberian. Krasnoyarsk region is more industrial. Buryatia is more agricultural region. And somewhere here is Voronezh, Voronezh region. Yes. It's not so big. It's not so big near Volga River. So it's about objectives, about our tasks. Sorry for the third point, but I will explain. So first of all, we try to describe the portrait of a typical young teacher. Who is it? The level of education, the specific of education, the age, the length of employment, the dreams, the fears. Yes. So the second point was about factors attracting and pushing to the teaching profession, and the third one about career priorities, so about dreams and goals of young people when they start to build the career in the field of education in Moscow and in Russia, different regions. So. First of all, here you can see the graphs about Moscow teachers totally and Moscow young teachers. So the blue color means total amount of teachers in dynamics, yes, and orange color means the percent of young teachers, yes. In dynamics also. And of course you can see that about 5% of young teachers we have. Yes, so of course it's a problem. Yes, of course it's a problem because it's not so many. And the percent does not increase. So it's comparably stable percent, and I would like to tell you that this year and the next year we are going to repeat this, request again data about 5 years, recent 5 years, and we will see the results, but I'm not sure that it will increase. Yes, it's not about Moscow, but about other 3 regions which participated. And here we see then, so different colors means different regions, yes? And we see that less than 5% of young teachers is the majority of schools. Yes, so the majority of schools in 3 regions has less than 5% of young teachers, so comparable to Moscow situation. But here it's interesting to notice that in Russia we have such situation about salaries. Yes, I promise that we are going to to discuss problems also. Yes, and of course salaries are a problem of teachers, but we have situation when in Moscow salaries are a bit twice or maybe 3 times higher than in these precise regions. But you see that situation is comparable, so the percent is equal, also small. And that is why it's a ground for us, fruitful ground to discuss why. Yes, because we found out that money, of course money is important, but it's not the only factor. Yes, it's not the only factor that we should take into account when we make decisions, when we make educational policy, and maybe it's a fruitful ground for you to take into account all these factors, and we will discuss later which factors. So, and how many novice teachers are needed? So we asked school principals, how many young teachers would you prefer to have at your schools? And we found out that, in fact, school heads, school principals would like to have quite a lot. So 25%, they say. We will dream. Yes, we will dream about that. We will be happy to have 25% of young teachers. But we remember that they have only 5 or less. It's gender distribution. Blue color means female, orange color means male. Yes, and of course we see that women lead in teaching profession. Yes, it's good. But, of course, we have a problem of gender education. Yes, of course, we have education when boys and girls study together. And, of course, it's a special question how to attract males. Yes, and I'm not sure what is happening in India with it, but in Russian, the situation is like this. This information about the level of education of young teachers. And here we say that a typical young teacher has a bachelor degree of pedagogical university, and it's the first state. The second state is master degree, yes, but bachelor degree is the majority. And it may mean that after a bachelor degree, they leave school. Yes, so it's one of the explanation, it's possible explanation, and we will see that it can be truth. So that's the academic load. We see that academic load increasing. Yes, in dynamic it's about Moscow. Now typical academic load is 26 hours per week. And here is very important for me, a very important graph. It's about age. Yes, so we remember that in this precise research, we understood that novice teacher is a person under 35. Yes. But you see the peak, this top of the graph, and you see that the majority of novice teachers is between 21 and 23. Yes, and after 23, they also usually leave the schools. So, not retire, but leave the profession, yes, change their professional track. And this graph also improves this information because you see that blue color, so it's a typical period of employment. So it means that after bachelor degree, they start working, they work for a year or 2 years, and then leave schools for some different other places of employment. That is about dynamics of layoffs, and here we see the big number. So the dynamic increases, and this really big number, it's the end of the distance teaching connected to the COVID. Yes, so the end of the COVID, the last year. When you understand, yes, that after bachelor degree, teachers start to go to school, they had distance learning, and suddenly it appeared that you should go to the work physically, yes, to communicate with people, to answer a lot of questions, yes, and they so also leave the school. So that's about factors. Pushing factors from teachers' profession. I won't speak a lot about that, but besides salaries, novice teachers tell us in our questionnaires that lack of freedom, over-regulations, a large amount of paperwork, overload and conflict situation with students are the main factors that push them out of the profession, push them out of the school. And here we see another big factor, management styles at schools. So organized culture, corporative culture, yes, also is a big factor. So here is rather interesting graph about careers, yes, about preferable tracks. What kind of career do you want? About what do you dream, we asked novice teachers. And of course, the track of administrative vertical career is popular, but I would like to attract your attention to this number. It's about individual business project, individual startup, yes, startup in the field of education. And we can say that it's a challenge. It's a challenge for pedagogical universities, pedagogical colleges all over the world, because I'm not sure about India, but in Russian situation I know that pedagogical university almost don't work with startups, and educational business projects. We don't teach it, but it's a challenge, and we should take into account this. But we understand that their dream is the vertical careers and business projects. But what do they have in their life? Yes? And we asked, how does it usually happen? What do you expect? If you stay at school, what will happen? So, and as we expected, yes, they say that if we stay, if you won't leave the school, we will work up to the retirement, yes, and we'll earn money as a private tutor, private tutors. They see such situation as a typical, and they expected that if they don't change anything, it will happen. And it's not the preferable track for them. So, a bit of optimistic results. It's about factors that attract young people to the teaching career. Yes, and of course we see, and it's also a changing factor, and I'm absolutely sure that if we asked young people maybe 15 years ago, why did you choose pedagogical university? Why did you choose profession? Why did you decide to enter the pedagogical university after school? Maybe we had another results, but now they say that it was not compromise. They're really eager to work at school. They would like to communicate with children. Their dream is to promote and to go ahead with the teacher profession, but So it's not a question of motivation. The young people have really strong motivation, both in Moscow and in Voronezh, in Krasnoyarsk, and in Buryatia Republic. Yes, but why do they leave the profession? We discussed already. It's organizational factors, and it's a problem of educational policy, of course. So here you can see our main findings. I will sum up. Yes, the first one, young people come to school but they leave. The salary level is important, but it's something that attracts people, but it's not a factor that can hold them, can keep them for a long time. The third point, so about the prestige of profession. It increases, but it's still low, unfortunately. So the dynamic is positive in this issue, but it's still low, it's not enough. The fourth point about conflicts and over-regulation and management style, so like major factors that push from the profession. Desired career scenarios are not thought as available. Maybe in fact they're available, but young people do not understand how to use them, how to follow them. And the challenge about universities, pedagogical universities. And yes, we are...
Yes, colleagues, and that was the work that was already done. But as Anastasia mentioned, we are not going to stop here, and we will continue this research. And we're happy to announce that the next step would be to include Indian sample in this research. So we think it would be very important for the work that Partap College does, that Moscow City University does, and other teacher training universities. So we will conclude the Indian, we will compare the problems the teachers have, teacher trajectories, and so I think we will have very good findings at the result. I think it would be a great start of our cooperation, and to enrich with this research, we would be also happy to invite our highly respected colleagues from the Baltic Federal and Kazan Federal University to this research and to include them in the sample of Russia. So we think that at the next conference presenting here, we could show new results comparing the teachers in India and in Russia with a bigger sample and with a bigger data taken for a longer period of time. Thank you.
So, thank you.
Research will continue in India as well. Will definitely, we are eager to know about the professional trajectories of the novice teachers in India as well, and the results would be very exciting, I suppose. But if we talk about the problems of teachers and teacher educators, we can assume that the problems are universal in every country and in every situation. Moving ahead, now I invite Dr. Manpreet Kaur, principal of our college, to please come on the stage and preside these keynote speeches.
Distinguished guests and colleagues, so now we are enlightened with these different sources of keynotes from different parts of Russia. First keynote is from Professor Anna Budarina on the second language identity, the present and future of multilingual interaction in cross-cultural and socio-cultural context of teacher education. Nowadays, the whole world is knowing about the importance of multilingual and polylingual education. So her keynote started with the Kant's credo for the enlightenment, that is, dare to think. Dare to think is a key to this goal, to become unprejudiced, broad-minded, and should have the consistent approach to the thinking. So if we want to learn the different language, first we have dare to think and dare to be wise. And she said that cross-cultural context is very important for the learning different languages, because one word in one language have different meaning in other language, and there are emotions which are related with the words. So we should take care of these emotion and the cultural setting of the language when we are teaching the second language to our learners. And she said that artificial intelligence can helpful. Yes, we know that artificial intelligence can helpful in learning the second language and in doing so many things when we are giving the correct prompt to the artificial intelligence. But we know that it cannot take the place of the human mind. It cannot replace the teacher, because human mind works at the different dimensions and the artificial intelligence work on a single plane. It depends only on the prompt given by the human. If there is no human giving the prompt, there is no working of artificial intelligence. So we need good teachers to develop the things even from the artificial intelligence. So thank you so much, Professor Anna, for your enlightened keynote. We have second keynote by Professor Tatiana Baklashova from Kazan Federal University on the topic Pre-Vocational Teacher Training in Russia, Efficiency, Genesis and Modernity. She has explained the history of formation and development of the pedagogical classes in Russia. And the teacher education and pedagogical started in Russia around the 17th century. And we can see that from 17th century till the 21st century, the main focus in the teacher education is on the development of communication, organization, and developing the creative abilities among the teacher educators and through the teacher educators among the school learners. And the function of the pre-vocational teacher training, we all know that is diagnostic, motivational, incentive, educational, corrective, and communication. And it is not these functions are working only in Russian pre-vocational system, but it is all over the world. We have these function of pre-vocational teacher education. So we are very enlightened. And one very interesting thing I found in Russian education system, that they have their separate pedagogical and psychological universities. Even in Moscow State, there is a university, Moscow State Psychological and Pedagogical Universities. And these universities are different from the classical universities, and they are taking care of teacher education only. In India, we have NEP 2020, which directs us that we should merge the teacher education to the classical university and become the part of classical university. But in Russia, they said that no, the teacher education should be a separate thing. The university should be separate so that we can focus on the training of the teachers in that universities. And the purpose of combining the psychological and pedagogical classes together, that pedagogy is basically a psychology when it recognizes that teaching and learning process actually the result of the human relation and beyond the merely a cognitive process. When the teacher and student, they interact in the classroom, only then the learning happens. So there is a need to combine the psychology with the pedagogy so that we can create good teachers. Thank you, Professor Tatiana, for this very informative keynote about the Russian pedagogical system. We have the third keynote from Moscow City University by Professor Anastasia and Professor Daria about the professional trajectories of novice teachers and result of comparative study of Moscow and 3 Russian regions. And I'm just listening to that keynote, and I found it very interesting. One finding that school principal, they prefers to have young teachers, not the old teachers or the aged teacher. Why the school principal and headmaster, they prefer to have young teachers? Because it is easy to mold the mind of the young teachers. It is easy to train the young teachers according to the culture of the institution. And they have finding that there is a gender bias in Russia. It is, I think, everywhere in world in the teaching profession. There are more females in teaching profession than the male. There is a gender bias. And there are various reasons for these gender bias. And she said that there are some factors which push the teachers from the profession, and we have to take care of these factors if we want good people in the teaching profession, if we want to invite good student in the pre-vocational teaching classes. We have to take care of these factors. These factors, we know these are not in Russia. These factors are same in India also. That is a lack of freedom, low salary, lots of paperwork, overload. These factors push the teacher out of the profession. And in Russia, we saw in that keynote, there is a shortage of teacher, and there is a problem of aging teaching staff. And so we should have positive work environment, professional development opportunities, and recognition to the work of teacher to attract the good people in this profession. So thank you very much, Professor Anastasia and Daria, and hopefully we will continue this research in India, and in next conference we will compare the Indian situation with the Russian. But I think almost it is the same, but we will find through the research. Thank you very much for your keynote. So through these keynotes, we can come to one conclusion, to my mind, that the foundation of pedagogical education is only the teacher, who has broad outlook, who can establish a good system of values and cultural tradition in the classroom. And if in the pursuit of artificial intelligence, we forget the main factor of the education, the teacher, then we will never be able to keep up with any technology. So this is my view about today's scenario of artificial intelligence. Thank you so much. Thanks to our renowned keynote speakers. Thank you for your keynote speeches.
Thank you once again, ma'am, for your informative presidential remarks about the keynote addresses. Now, moving ahead, as you all know that Partap College is having collaborations with many international organizations, and we are privileged to have our association with Lions Club International, and some very senior dignitaries from Lions Club International are here amongst us, and we are eagerly waiting to hear from them as well. So first I invite Lion Barinder Singh Sohol on the stage, past District Governor of Ludhiana, Lions Club International. Sir, please come on the stage and share your enlightening words with us.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank to the director of this college for giving us the opportunity to hear with you. And I must say that we have learned a lot of things from the keynote speakers. And it was a wonderful experience for all of us. And on behalf of Lions Club International, I welcome the delegation from Russia to India in our area. I deeply understand the pain of Director Balwantji. He shared his experience, his pain. I deeply understand that, and I endorse all the views of his. I deeply understand the things that which we are facing in these times, especially the teachers we are facing, and the problem what we are facing in students also. So we, Lions Club International, having a specially designed program for that. It's a Lions Quest. It's a specially designed program for social and emotional learning. So what is the Lions Quest? Basically, Lions Quest is a specially designed program on social and emotional learning, a youth development program, prevention program, through which children and young adults acquire positive development skills necessary to understand and manage emotions, set, achieve their goals, and establish positive relationships. Lions Quest program can be conducted in schools as well as non-school setups. Over this program, the history of Lions Quest program is introduced in 1975 by a teenager named Rick Little, who set out a quest to help his fellow young people in developing their skills and developed an international youth foundation. In 1984, LCF gave their first ever grant to this Quest program. On September 30, 2002, LCF finally took the ownership of this program. In India, the Lions Quest program was introduced in 1991-92 by past international president Lion Rohit Mehta. Currently, Lion Shyam Malpani is our chairperson of this program in India. And myself, I am looking after this program in our northern India, in our multiple 321. The major issues faced by today's youth: pressure to succeed at school and in life, bullying, issues related to body image, body shaming, pressures, drugs, alcohol abuse, pressure of materializations, and pressure of social networking, a social pressure, a peer pressure from their fellow students. So it's a social emotional learning program. Social and emotional skills provide the foundation for dealing with anger, frustration, and developing positive behavior that increase overall growth and academic performance. And by adopting this program, those schools who had adopted this program, in this program, actually we gave a training to the teachers. We gave it's a 2-day training program for teachers. It's called Teachers Training Workshop. It's a 3-legged program. One is teachers, second is students, and third one is parents. So we include all these 3 legs in this program. We give training to the teachers. Our international renowned trainers gave training to these teachers and certified them with certified teachers. The value of this certificate is globally recognized. Wherever they go, it may go to Russia, US, Canada. The teachers who are having this certificate are eligible to hold the Lions Quest program workshop in anywhere in the globe. And after that, we provide students books and teacher sets to the teachers and students. There are 2 books of students. One is parent guide and one is their workbook. And there is a curriculum of 41 sessions, and it has to be completed in a year. So it's a beautifully designed program. It's UNESCO approved and scientifically designed program, also approved by United Nations. So what's the outcome of this social emotional learning program? It's great learning environment, safe, well managed, caring, participatory, supportive, high expectations, providing social emotional skills, instructions, self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, responsible decision-making, and the proximal outcomes: improved social emotional skills, improved attitude about self, others, and school, increased pro-social behavior, decreased problem behavior. Digital outcomes is academic success, good mental health and physical health of student and as well of teachers, healthy relationship. It improves the relationship between the teachers and students. It improves the relationship between the students and the teachers, and the relationship between the teacher and the parents also. Prepare for workforce and engage citizenships. So it gives the moral values and positive skill development program to the students also. So by this platform, I humbly urge to all the teachers, principals, and directors are present here that this program is available through Lions Clubs only. But the cost of the one workshop is around 2.5 lakh to 3 lakh. But we Lions take up the whole expense on our sites. It's a Lions Club international funded program and supported by the Lions of multiple and the Lions of this area. So whenever your school is ready, just give us a call. We will try to give one workshop in this area, and we are committed for this program. And once again, congratulations to Director Sir, Dr. Balwant Singh Ji, Principal Ma'am, and everyone who is in front and behind of this organizing part. Thank you very much for having Lions here, and we are really happy to be a part of this organization of this international conference, and congratulations to each and everyone. Thank you very much. And I'm having a little handouts of this program, and I'm just given to our delegates after these things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lion Barinder Singh, for your humble words. We indeed are really privileged and honored to be associated with Lions Club International. Next, I invite our next speaker, Lion Yogesh Soni, on stage to share his words of wisdom.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Director Professor Balwant Singh, Dr. Manpreet Kaur, Principal of this esteemed organization, Chief Guest, a dynamic personality and leader of the masses, Lion G.S. Kalra, District Governor, District 3 to 1F, most gracious and eminent international speakers, guest of honor, all my Lion friends, principal from various colleges, leaders, gracious ladies, guests, delegates, and press. At the outset, I take this opportunity to extend warm welcome to and greet the Honorable District Governor and eminent speakers from abroad. Indeed, today's deliberation will focus on changes in education system. This is to improve its quality and system of deliverance to garner skill of educationists. Nevertheless, the world is seriously experiencing a gale of changes in all spheres, whether it is economics, finance, politics, or science. But the fulcrum of all is education. Hence, it is a subject to be given priority, so in occasion today. I hope today's deliberation will serve the desired purpose for this conference is organized. I'll be failing my responsibility if I do not convey my thanks to the organizers for providing me the opportunity to say few words on this occasion. However, international Lionism and its purpose is known across the globe. The very purpose is to serve the society, and that is why our motto is "We serve." And slogan, liberty, intelligence, and your nation's safety. Lionism started in 1917 by Chicago businessman Melvin Jones. And now after 106 years, we are the world's largest service organization with more than 1.4 million members in more than 45,000 clubs across the globe. And its head office is in Chicago. Friends, in the starting, we were focused on vision, and this was our main thrust area. But now, from the last so many years, we are working very hard for vision, environment, hunger, childhood cancer, youth, diabetes, humanitarian services, and disaster. And for these projects, we provide our services to the general public and needies through our esteemed members. We are having so many permanent projects like eye hospitals, blood banks throughout the world. I am also delighted to tell you about 2 eye hospitals running successfully in Jaipur and Patna of our Lion district in 321F. I would like to tell my Russian friends, in Russia also Lionism is there. Some of Moscow Central Lions Clubs, one of the biggest club is Moscow Cosmopolitan Lion Club. So Lionism is also in 210 countries. Few months back, with the guidance of Sardar Balwant Singh ji and Principal Ma'am Manpreet Kaur ji, we have started a campus club, Lions Club Ludhiana Campus Club, PCE. Campus clubs are specially designed for students. Under the stewardship of Professor Balwant Singh, the institution is doing human services to the needs of students, and today deliberation will prove to be a stepping stone for the growth of educational purpose. I would not like to take much of your time, keeping in view the schedule of today's agenda, thanking and greeting you for the success of function. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Lionism.
Thank you so much, Lion Yogesh Soni ji, for your kind words. Now I invite I.S. Khanna ji on stage, the executive member of Lions Club International. Everybody please give a big round of applause for I.S. Khanna ji. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for bringing me before this elite gathering. Our today's chief guest, Lion G.S. Kalra, Dr. Balwant Singh ji, Director, Madam Principal, and my Lion colleagues, our guests from Russia, different institutions, principals have come here, and the students. It's a great joy for me to explain what this institution is. It basically was a small institution when Dr. Balwant Singh joined it. It was a public school only. Then a new college was opened, giving training for the BN students. And now they have opened an academic college, BA 1, 2, 3. And I visualize something, that if the trend is continuing, it will become Partap University one day. Please give applause to Dr. Balwant Singh, who is the main responsible figure behind this. he presented the position of the education in India, which was very dismal. We have to improve it. As such, Russian government have given us a research center here. And I declare this is the only research center in India granted by the Russian government. We are thankful to the Russian government and the dignitaries present here who have taken our credibility and given us it will be inaugurated today or tomorrow. So that research center will study the pros and cons of all these pedagogical differences, what we are maintaining in India. I remember during my youth I was a teacher in the school. That was a very big school in the village. During the examination, a levy was imposed on every child for the examination, because it used to be an examination of the same school, examination center of the same school. And during the exam is going on, there was a cordon off of the whole school. Everywhere the villages are standing, nobody is allowed to come inside the school. And the slips were made by we people of the question paper, and we are writing the answers. Students are writing liberally, seeing these slips. And to our surprise, I one day found a 12th class student got a slip of 10th class, and he wrote the same on the answer sheet. That was the position of our education. And slowly and slowly it has reached the same condition what Dr. Balwant Singh has told us. So we need to improve it. I will request my Russian delegates to help us in formulating some policies, some designs, so that we can improve our system in India also. So, talking about our Partap College of Education, I find 1/3 of the teachers in Ludhiana are the progeny of this college. Wherever, in whatever school you go, you find the alumni of this college employed there as teachers because of the education they are given. So, we are at the Lions Club. We do, as our past district governor explained, our quest program. That is for the teachers. We train the teachers, hold classes, and the money spent by the Lions Club, we give the books, we give them food and whatever it is required. It's a 3-day training program. Really, it is worth doing a program. I will request the college authorities to manage 1 or 2 workshops in their institution so that teachers can learn the modalities of their teaching program and how to improve the quality of students they are being taught in that. And we have internationally famed faculty members here in this organization. And thank you very much for inviting us here to the Lions Club, because we have opened one campus club in this, and the children, they are yet to be motivated for doing the service to the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Khanna sir, for your enlightening words and for all the cooperation and support you have always provided us. Thank you, sir. As we have dived into the heart of this conference, we are privileged to have a distinguished personality amongst us. I would like to extend a warm invitation to our worthy chief guest, MJF Dr. G.S. Kalra, ruling district governor, whose presence adds immense value to our gathering, to kindly grace the stage and enlighten us with his words of inspiration. Everybody, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our chief guest on the stage.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Ms. Balwinder Kaur. Today's presiding officer, Professor A.A. Fedorov, Chancellor Immanuel Kant, Baltic Federal University, Kaliningrad, Russia. all dignitaries from Russia, Dr. Balwant Singh, Director, Dr. Manpreet Kaur, Principal, Lions members, leaders, teachers, students, and guests. It's a matter of great pride for me to be a part of this international conference of navigating change, professional learning in rapidly changing world in Partap College of Education. Friends, teachers are backbone of society and country, and the teachers of Education College are mentors who develop future teachers, who lays the foundations of society by building teaching excellent teaching methods to our future builders. An international repute research center is being established by Government of Russia in the campus of Partap College of Education to facilitate and adopt advanced system of learning and teaching. Highly commendable efforts by the management of this institution, and strongly appreciate these efforts. The research center will guide the opportunities about the recent updates and changes required for the implementation of better teaching techniques to be followed in educational institutes with the involvement of scholars from international universities. It's also appreciable that students of this college have also actively involved themselves in social activities by forming a Lions Club in the name of and style of Lions Club Ludhiana PCE campus. I heartily congratulate Dr. Balwant Singh, Director Partap College of Education, the mentor behind this huge success and taking the institution to the international repute and fame. And I wish him lots of success in coming future. Jai Hind, Jai Lionism.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address. Now, I request Professor Balwant Singh, Madam Manpreet Kaur, and Dr. Rameshinder Balkaur, ma'am, please come on the stage so that we can acknowledge and present our honor to our chief guest, Dr. G.S. Kalra. Dr. G.S. Kalra, sir, please.
रख दो हजे बाद चो कर लांगे
We are thankful to all the Russian delegates. They have been given the lapel pin of our district governor, and we declare them as the honorary members of Lions Club Ludhiana Campus PCE. So you are today will be called as line members. Thank you very much.
Dr. Manpreet, ma'am, please stay on the stage, as we have principals from institutions whose presence has really graced the occasion. This conference has made really more vital. So I request Ms. Pushpinder Kaur, Principal Partap Public School, ma'am, please come on the stage. And Parvinder Kaur, Ms. Parvinder Kaur, Dr. Mandeep Kaur Bhular, Principal, Bhutta College of Education. Ms. Kanika, Principal, GMT Public School. And Ms. Balwinder Kaur, Principal, Sani Public School. Now, before marching further for the next session, I request Dr. Manpreet Kaur to please present a vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest, Director Sir, Madam Bal, members of the Lions Club, esteemed keynote speakers and distinguished guests, I again stand before you all with a heart full of gratitude as we conclude the inaugural session of this momentous international conference. And it is my proud privilege to extend my heartfelt thanks to all who have contributed to the success of this event. First and foremost, I would like to express our deep appreciation to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. G.S. Kalra, District Governor, Lions Club, for gracing us with your presence and for your inspiring words that have added immense value to this gathering. Your leadership and commitment to the Lions Club have been a guiding light, and we are honored to have you as the focal point of our conference. Thank you, sir. A special note of thanks goes out to all Lions Club members whose unwavering dedication and passion for service have played a pivotal role in making this event a resounding success. Your collective commitment to the ideals of Lions Club has undoubtedly strengthened the bond of fellowship and service with the college. So I extend my special thanks to all members of Lions Club for their contribution and support for this event. We are also privileged to have our esteemed keynote speakers from Russia. Their valuable insights and perspectives have enriched our understanding of global issues and broadened the scope of our collective efforts towards the positive change in professional learning of the teachers. We extend our gratitude for sharing your expertise and contributing to the diversity of thoughts that defines the essence of this conference. And our gratitude extends to all the participants who have traveled from near and far to be the part of this conference. In conclusion, as we reflect on the collective wisdom shared during the session, let us carry forward the spirit of camaraderie and service that define the mission of both the teaching community and the Lions Club. Together we can continue to make a positive impact on our communities and the world at large. Thank you once again to every one of you for your invaluable contributions and for making this session memorable and meaningful. Thank you very much.
Partap College has always been at the forefront for fostering global awareness. And today we are going to take a giant step forward with the establishment of this groundbreaking center of Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University Center for Russian Pedagogy, dedicated to the study and promotion of Russian language and culture. The center will serve as a hub for research, teaching innovation, for solidifying our position in international education. So I invite you all to please join us downstairs for the opening ceremony of Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University Center for Russian Pedagogy. And after that, we all will be meeting in the informal setting for the more discussions and deliberations. The lunch, I also invite you all after the opening ceremony, we will join for the lunch near the library. And at 2:30 sharp, the technical sessions for the paper presentations will commence, and the venues according to the list of the presentation have been displayed downstairs nearby the entrance door and near the library. So everybody please be very quick, and we will meet tomorrow with same enthusiasm and same spirit. Thank you.
हाँ यस 100 रुपये चेक करो हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी यस सामने देखना सर हाँ जी सर लुक हियर लुक हियर आजो 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 इधर आजो कोई ओके सर आजो हाँ जी
Yes, yes. So he sees us and it is in the tray. And
कैंची लगा के फोटो बनाओ
And now, so you should keep it just because it's
yes, just like please have it.
yeah,
Have it. It's a ritual to have some sweet after doing any good work. Yes. Come to your center, please. After you. Thank you.
थोड़ा सा बैठो she will speak for some time थोड़ा सा she will tell about the same वरना साहब इधर आ please बैठो थोड़ा सा बैठो please have a seat please बटाला थोड़ा साइड दे दो जरा आ जाओ क्या आ जाओ
Dear Professor Balvanting, dear estimable guests, it's my pleasure and honor to open the Center of Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University for Pedagogical Education, for Russian Pedagogical Education, and it's very important to establish such centers because the dissemination of best educational practices is possible to achieve by opening specific academic and scientific educational centers. For this reason, it's important to create international centers for Russian pedagogical education with the aim of popularizing Russian pedagogy, the Russian language and culture. With education and well-being becoming a crucial element of world civilization, such centers can support Russian pedagogical education and study programs abroad, develop cross-cultural dialogue, and strengthen intercultural understanding and mediation practices between cultures and peoples. The centers can be operated on the following premises. The center's mission is to promote the study of Russian pedagogy, Russian cultural heritage, Russian culture, and best educational practices, to provide expert methodological support in the field of pedagogy and psychology, to disseminate best practices of leading Russian pedagogical schools. The center is aimed at organizing symposia, cultural events, lectures, student presentations, and publications that seek to serve the scholarly community and broader public interested in the Russian pedagogical heritage and Russian culture. The center offers access to the broad Russian pedagogical, cultural, and literary heritage, to the methods and practices of Russian education, providing access to a broad range of learning materials and popular science information from Russia. The center operates as a resource center here at Partap Pedagogical College and in a systematic and multifunctional manner with a regular supplement and renewal of the materials made available at the center. The center provides a creative and communicative platform with the opportunity for organizing academic discussions, lectures, training sessions, and informal gatherings of representatives of various cultural groups. The center is equipped with print, audio, video materials organized into the different categories like education, Russian language, culture, and art. And here, as you see, there are portraits of famous Russian educationalists being the part of the world heritage and Russian pedagogical heritage. Pedagogical training models can be implemented on the basis of great Russian national pedagogical schools by such great teachers and educators as Konstantin Ushinsky, Anton Makarenko, Lev Vygotsky, Vasily Sukhomlinsky. And as you know, in 1994, UNESCO International Bureau of Education published 4 volumes of articles about 100 outstanding teachers of the world who greatly influenced the educational thoughts of civilization. And among the Russian and Soviet thinkers named there are Konstantin Ushinsky, Leo Tolstoy, Lev Vygotsky, Pavel Blonsky, and Anton Makharenko. Let me express gratitude, deep gratitude and honor that I'm here on behalf of Immanuel Kant Baltic Federal University, and let me warmly thank all of you, and of course you, dear Professor Balwant Singh, and of course you, my dear Dr. Manpreet Kaur, for all the efforts, our mutual reciprocal efforts that we've made to make it come true. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Anna. It's a beginning of a very good journey of research, innovation, and Russian Language Learning Center. I am thankful to the Rector, Professor Alexander, faculty, and to Professor Anna especially, who is the link person between our Memorandum of Understanding for the collaboration. And we are feeling delighted and elevated that Kant University has sanctioned a research center for us, and I appeal to all my colleagues, teachers and the principals and faculty of other institutions also to come and take the advantage of this research center, which we are going to strengthen and focus on the pedagogical aspects of various teaching and learning aspects. I am sure that this center will create more opportunities for the teachers and students, and we can come closer professionally with the Immanuel Kant University. And I assure you, Madam, and convey my thanks to all the concerned officials, Professor Alexander, and other faculty, Ministry of Science and Education, that we will definitely try to establish this center for the purpose of academics, research and innovations and for the growth of funds of knowledge. Thank you very much from Partap Institution to the Emerald University. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Now we will proceed further so that after that we can join the technical. Thank you. Please all come.
As well, and I would like to start from the quotation of Kabir ji. वो कहते हैं, रंगी को नारंगी कहते, गुटे दूध को खोया, चलती को हम गाड़ी कहते, देख कबीरा रोया। इन भावों को अगर हम ध्यान से इन दो लाइनों को देखेंगे तो इसका सार जो निकल के आता है, जो मैं समझता हूँ, वो ये आता है कि नेचर जो प्रकृति है इससे ऊपर कुछ भी नहीं है। अगर हम साइंस की भी बात करते हैं, नेचर के साथ कभी कंपैरिजन नहीं कर सकते। So nature, we cannot compete with the nature. We can learn from the nature. That is, the research has already been done. The search we are just doing research. So here, रंगी को नारंगी कहते, घुटे दूध को खोया, नाम तो हमने रख दिया रंगी। कलरफुल है, नारंगी एक कलर होता है, सभी को पता है ऑरेंज। घुटे दूध को खोया कहते हैं, जो दूध को घोट घोट के बनाते हैं, उससे जो प्रोडक्ट निकलती है जिसमें सारे हमारे न्यूट्रिशंस होते हैं, उनको हमने कह दिया खोया। और चलती को हम गाड़ी कहते हैं, जबकि कोई गाड़ी की चीज कभी चलती नहीं है, वो वहीं पे स्टे करती है, रुकती है। तो देख कभी रोया। तो मेरा भाव यही है कि जो आजकल जो टेक्नोलॉजी जो आ रही है, जो रिसेंट टेक्नोलॉजी जो आ रही है, स्पेसिफिकली अगर हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात करते हैं, तो वो बहुत ज्यादा जो है आज के टाइम में इसकी इंपॉर्टेंस बढ़ गई है। इनिशियली जैसे पहले एक बूम आया था नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी पे, तो नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी का बूम भी क्या है, जिसका नाम ही हमने रखा नैनो। नैन मीन्स नहीं होता है, नो मीन्स भी नहीं होता है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी अपने आप में कह रही है कि ह्यूमन बीइंग को आप रुक जाओ, इसमें आगे मत बढ़ो, ये आपके लिए खतरनाक हो सकता है। तो उससे सीखने की बात है। तो इसमें जो मेरे कंटेंट्स है, टाइटल ऑफ माय प्रेजेंटेशन, एब्स्ट्रैक्ट दैट आई हैव इंक्लूडेड, इंट्रोडक्शन, that is AI in chemistry is my subject, conclusion and the references. The title of the presentation is Emerging Trends of Teaching and Learning, specifically in some concept of the chemistry. So in this era of the artificial intelligence, information communication and technology, that is we called it as ICT, and data science, the fastest growing sector is education sector, and it is developing at a faster rate than ever in the recent time, because of the considerable interest and as a basic need of consistent development. Modification in education system / policies plays a significant role. National Education Policy NEP 2020 is one of the key steps towards the overall development of the stakeholder, including student and teachers, all teaching fraternity, I can say. Nowadays it is gaining importance that the past to understand how and where it is affecting. Accordingly, educationists and institutions can prepare sport students for the upcoming challenges and career. The article aims to provide survey on the emerging trend in teaching in the present time based on search engine like Google Scholar. Now, teaching and learning system in India is transforming very rapidly from chalkboard to online learning to the blended mode. After COVID-19 pandemic, this is not only due to the critical need of the continuous teaching learning process or education during and past COVID-19, but also the availability of the newer emerging technologies. That is utility of information communication and technology, that is ICT, artificial intelligence, personalized learning, virtual learning, concept-based learning through animation, learning through gamification, have enabled two-way participation of the stakeholders by letting them to provide feedback on each other and to improve the effectiveness and the efficiency of the teaching and learning. Technological evolution has made it possible to keep the curriculum up to a particular standard and an excellent way of learning at any time, anywhere, any number. Practical viability is one of the drawbacks that may be realizing during the implementation of the technological appliances or tools. That is online learning. Next is online learning. The growing interest in mobile learning and virtual reality-based learning has been rising globally. In the post-COVID-19, most of the institutions, whether government or private, are now investing more on the online teaching learning systems. Here the main motive is to make availability to all, designing and learning as a mass event. In order to meet the required infrastructure of digital learning, the way how we learn and how knowledge is spread requires more insight in this area. News Story 2018 Learning News based Global Market Insight has reported that artificial intelligence in education make marker worth over $6 billion by 2024. AI in education market is driven by the interaction of the intelligent tutoring system, that is called ITS. AI aimed at providing immediate and personalized feedback and instruction to learner without the intervention of a human tutor. PB's 2022 PR News e-learning market size suppresses up to $315 billion in 2021 and projected to hit of 20% CAGR from 2022 to 2028. It is a report given by the PR News wires. That COVID-19 pandemic caused certain markets to thrive. In fact, it had a positive impact to the e-learning industries. Revenue and e-learning market size suppressed up to this value. Now, AI in chemistry, AI can feasibly be applied to various tasks of the chemistry. For example, if you compare a simple point of solubility, if we are dissolving a salt in water at different concentration, and we can make a exact data, and that can be, we can say, through AI, we can predict that amount and of the salt dissolved and amount of the water or any other solvent taken with the help of your AI tools. So in research publication, there is a rapid growth in the global research activity. Scientific publication volume has steadily increased over the past 20 years. I have a graphical representation taken from a review article that you can see from 2000 to 2020. There is a very enormous, we can say, large number growth in the publication that are totally based on the artificial intelligence. It is clear from the graph that if you start from 2000 and up to 2020, it is a very huge increase in the publication that are based on the artificial intelligence. This graph is also representing some publication, increase in the publication, that is journal publication, patent as some ACS, national meeting, abstracts. Online collaborative environments such as wikis enable students to collaborate, create, communicate, edit and link content either synchronously or asynchronously. The wiki platform offers the ability to gain remarkable insight into the student activity. That is important part of this one, in either individual or collaborative tasks. Through the following dimensions: student product, artifacts, students perceptions and individual or a group process. The wikis have the potential to add a useful dimension to the instructor. Pedagogy 2.0 toolbox as a platform to gain deeper insight in the particular. This is the graph representing the top 20 countries that are using AI-based, we can say, appliances, or we can say data. That is, India is at 4th when in terms of the journal publications. That is AI-based. Top 20 countries, number of patent publication, and the companies that are using patent publication, top 20 companies, extreme right. Now the conclusion, we have summarized some of the recent emerging trends in the teaching and learning system. The trend in campus learning may become off campus and vice versa, or student could be benefiting from regular classroom teaching as well as learn at a distance. For the beginners, using it for their full potential might definitely be challenging. These are the references. Many thanks. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my paper.
Thank you, Dr. Mahavir, for your beautiful presentation. Now, I invite Dr. Purnima Devi, Associate Professor, Chajuram College of Education, Haryana, for her paper, Risks and Challenges Involved in the Present-Day Teacher Education Program.
Respected Chairperson, sir, all my friends, delegates, and students, a very good afternoon to all of you. I am Dr. Purnima from CR College of Education, Hisar, Haryana, and topic of my presentation is Risk and Challenges Involved in Present-Day Teacher Education Programs. As we all agree that education is a powerful tool for social construction and reconstruction. And teachers' personal education becomes extremely important because of their significant involvement in educational process. Securing a sufficient number of highly qualified, well-equipped, and competitive teachers is a major factor in determining.
Dynamics of the particular system that is going right now. Because we are the young minds, we are the ones who can frame the future. Thank you, Holy Spirit.
Third point is the role of the teacher. Here, in this case, PBL initial, the teacher role is only about the facilitator and the observer. Teacher will only observe the student, but she will not guide. If I talk about the traditional teaching, teacher will act as an instructor. She will instruct the student. But if I talk about the PBL final, the teacher will act as a facilitator as well as the guide. She will going to guide the student in which direction they have to go, in what situation they have to use that situation in order to find the solution of that problem. Now next we move towards the classroom dynamics. So in PBL initial, it is an interactive dynamic. In this case, only situations in order to find the problem. Whereas when I talk about the tuition teaching, it is a lecture. I am giving you a lecture. I am giving you a lecture. I am not supporting you. I am only giving a lecture in the matter which I have opted. But if I talk about the teacher, it is an interactive. I will interact with the student. I will interact with the learner, and there will be a structure, will be proper procedure followed by the teacher in order to. Yes. So my first theory is the cognitive load theory. I hope the word cognitive is clear to all. Cognitive means your mental ability, your thinking process. So in this case, if I talk about the PBL, first I talk about the PBL initial. In this case, I have told you in PBL initial, only the learner will be a second part. He will going to discover the. So it is possible that he may. If I talk about the PBL final, here teacher will provide structured guidance and scaffolding to reduce the load. So as we have learned the theories of the Vygotsky, in which he said that the ZPD, where the zone of proximal development, where the student will get the temporary help from the teacher, and from that temporary help, he will going to discover the new situations or new solutions to that problem. If I move further, it is a constructivist learning theory. In constructivist, it means that a learner, he will independently discover the things. If I talk about the PBL initial, in a way to implement inclusivity, yet they should
Adapting to change is often a challenging task, particularly for professionals who are accustomed to traditional learning methodologies. Some of the key challenges in professional learning include: the first one is rapid technological advancement. The pace at which technology evolves has a significant impact on professional learning. Professionals need to stay updated with the latest tools, platforms, and digital skills to remain competitive in their industry. Second is changing workforce dynamics. The workforce is becoming increasingly diverse with multi-generational and geographical dispersed teams. Professionals must be equipped with inclusive learning approaches to engage and support a diverse range of learners. Next, time constraints. Professionals often face time constraints due to demanding work schedules, limiting their ability to engage in traditional time-bound learning activities. Flexibility in professional learning is crucial to accommodate various work-life demands. Next is limited resources. Many schools and districts have limited budget for professional learning, which can restrict access to high-quality training materials and resources. Limited resources may also limit the opportunities for teachers to attend conferences or workshops.
essential program to raise the standard of teaching in school is teacher education. Its focus is on equipping aspiring teachers with teaching abilities and competency. Given the constant alteration in the social, cultural, political and economic sphere, a significant overhaul of teacher education is necessary to enable educators to better meet the evolving demands of the public. Today, the quality of teaching program has declined due to the extraordinary rise in the number of private teacher training institutes. Furthermore, there is a serious issue due to mismatch between the supply and demand of teachers. In the contemporary environment, a number of additional issues have also surfaced in the field of teacher education, including poor teaching practices, out-of-date curriculum, supervision issues, a lack of sufficient empirical research, and emphasis on profit in education. Educationists, curriculum designers, and other stakeholders must rebuild and modify the teacher education program in light of all these concerns and issues if they are to be contribute to nation's progress. The paper focuses on challenges and concerns of teacher education in present scenario. Any country's ability to develop is based on the caliber of its population. Its educational system produces the excellent citizens, but above all else, the quality of professor is the most important component. An inclusive education system is developed with the teacher at its center. It helps children develop their personalities and bring forth their latent talents in this regard. The Kothari Commission 1964-66 has rightly said the destination of India is being shaped in her classroom. The mastery of her subject knowledge, good communication skills, professional commitment, dedication and motivation are the required traits of quality teachers. To achieve such traits, there is dire need of quality teacher education. Teacher education is concerned with policies, framework, and procedures and provisions which are designed to provide knowledge, attitudes, behavior, and skills to prospective teachers to perform their tasks effectively in the school and society. India, being the world's third largest system, is among the largest system of teacher education in the world. The educational expansion, universalization of elementary education, and implementation of right to education, vocationalization of secondary education, higher and professional education have created a huge requirement of teachers. Our country needs an ample supply of good teachers to meet this challenge. Now, I'm going to discuss the major issues which are prevailing in the teacher education system. First is procedure for selection. The pre-service teacher education program ongoing challenge is to choose the best applicants and reject those who lack talent and strong commitment to teaching. When applicants join this program lacking the desired skills and attributes needed for such a significant career, there is a problem. It does lead to the school system producing instructors of lower caliber. Therefore, it is imperative that an objective process be developed in order to assist in the appropriate selection of individuals who have the potential to become effective teachers. Second major issue is qualitative issue. A country that lacks the means to provide high-quality teacher education cannot create qualified and experienced educators. The future of civilization is shaped by competent educators. A teacher's competence in the subject, dedication to their work, effective communication, ability to diagnose problems, and understand the various learning styles are all indicators of their excellence. Thus, the most valuable resource in any school system and consequently in country are qualified, effective and dedicated educators. The main problem of present teacher education system has been identified, the unproductive trained teachers. Now, the third major challenge prevailing in the teacher education system is increasing stress in education. Teaching is a very demanding profession, both intellectually and physically. In the fast-paced, hectic world of today, a teacher must have a lot of energy to handle both professional job and classroom issues. A teacher may experience stress occasionally as a result of an increasing workload, excessive working hours, and overwhelming workload, changes in curricula and courses, growing class size, modification to assessment and testing requirements, workplace bullying, poor management, and the possibility of violence from students, parents, a lack of job security, a lack of control, and a lack of public esteem are the main cause of stress among teachers. Next is insufficient training in ICT. ICT helps in developing innovative teaching skills and makes classroom teaching very effective. It also helps a teacher to motivate students and developing an interest in learning with the use of different media like hardware, software, internet, and projector, etc. But there are some problems which are prevailing in our education system. Some teachers do not have clarity about how far technology can be beneficial for the facilitation and enhancement of learning due to lack of competency to handle it, whereas some teachers may have a positive outlook towards the technology. Next challenge is infrastructure restriction. A strong teacher education institute is made up of a number of elements, including skilled teacher educator, excellent classroom, a library, and labs. The primary issue is that many institutions that prepare teachers do not have experimental schools on campus. As a result, it makes it harder for trainees to complete their practice teaching tasks successfully. This has to be looked at closely and made better. Next issue is education driven by profits. There has been an increase in the quantity of inadequate teacher training institutes in recent times. Concerns have been raised about the serious malpractices that have occurred in these organizations. Students are required to pay extremely hefty fees to these institutions. These institutions have very unjust practices. Such actions not only undermine teacher preparation programs but also promote commercialization of teacher education. Next issue is reconstruction of curriculum. The teacher education curriculum framework need to be in accordance with the curriculum framework for school education. A teacher needs to be prepared to cater to the needs and demand of the school system and the learner and the learning process. Therefore, it is important that the curriculum should be constructed as per the changing demand of school and society. Next issue is disappropriate demand and supply of teachers. The unexpected expansion of teacher education institutions and programs in past few years, along with the increase in school enrollments and the launch of pan-India primary education development programs like Operation Blackboard, District Primary Education Program, Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, and universalization of elementary education have raised the demand for appointment of more teachers. The pre-service teacher courses for appointment as a teacher have led to mounting pressure of existing institutional capacity. The country has to address the need for producing well-qualified and professionally trained teachers in large numbers number in the coming years. At the same time, the demand is also raising for the quality secondary education. As per the recommendation, it is being expected to reach universal secondary education within a maximum of 10 years. The quality in most secondary schools result from poor infrastructure and insufficient and poorly equipped teachers. Therefore, it is the need of the hour to address the problem of professional education of secondary teachers. Now there are some suggestions. To begin with, an appropriate method for choosing the right candidates for teacher training program needs to be devised. The curriculum for teacher preparation should be designed in a way that gives students plenty of chances to enhance their core professional competences. It will support aspiring student teachers in their training by helping them cultivate a well-rounded personality and equipping them with the necessary teaching skills. Training should prepare aspiring instructors to work with children with special needs in addition to regular pupils in inclusive and comprehensive classrooms. Teacher educator needs to learn various skills like meditation, yoga to maintain balance between professional life and personal life. The teacher education department should give more opportunities on conducting researches on teacher education, curriculum development, evaluation procedures. Teacher educators need to be updated with advanced technology taking place in the area of education. Pupil teachers should be taught the art of using ICT in the classroom to facilitate better teaching learning process. Teacher educators should use innovative approaches to the changing demand of the educational system. There should be regular exchange of scholars, teachers from one department to the other in order to solve the problem of isolation of teacher training institutions. It will also help in improving the quality of teacher training program immensely. Teacher education department should be intermingled with other departments of the university and should not work remotely. So at last, education is a process that supports a person's ability to think creatively and helps him focus his energies on the goal he wants to achieve. Rich people do not make a nation wealthy, rather its educated population. Teachers have always been valued in their profession because of the important role that education has played in the development of nations. Establishing a society that values harmony and stability while pursuing advancement and development is another benefit of education. The teacher is the focal point of the entire educational system and the main force behind the implementation of changes that are desired in the process of teaching and learning. The teachers are at the center of all instructional activities, thus having high-quality educators is crucial to achieve sustainable global development. As a result, today's worldwide priorities should include their working conditions, status, retention, and training. But one of the biggest issues facing education today is the lack of qualified teachers, according to a report by the UNESCO Institute for Statistics. In order to attain universal primary education by 2030, there will be 25.8 million teachers shortage. In this regard, the Education Framework for Action, which aims to significantly expand the number of certified teachers, entrusts UNESCO with leading and coordinating Sustainable Development Goal 4, Quality Education under 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As the quality of instructor is the key to any education system, ability to improve significant adjustment would require a lot of work. The central government, regulatory authorities like UGC, NCTE, as well as other statutory bodies like NCRT, IASC, Central University, and other elite education institution policy planners, stakeholders must play a significant role in this reform process in order to close this gap. It is necessary to update teacher training program curriculum to reflect the evolving demands of country and society. Thank you.
afternoon to all. Respected Principal Ma'am, Dr. Confrence, Ma'am, who has coordinating this presentation session, and dear participants. I personally feel that the objective of organizing such conferences are to learn from the experiences of others and to rectify our experiences which we are gaining or which are there with us, and also to see the trends which are there in the field of teaching learning. For this presentation session, we have 6 participants. First one was Dr. Mahavir Prasad and Prem Sukh from Guru Jambheshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar. They started with emerging trends in teaching and learning, and their focus area is how artificial intelligence is working in their own field, that is chemistry. Truly speaking, I am also studying this article on artificial intelligence and how is GPT is enabling with the other technology, and how these digital technology can help us in our subject. And in your topic, you suggest how these are transforming, or this technology is changing very rapidly, and how this artificial intelligence come in the field of education, and what is the importance of this artificial intelligence, and when we found first time the impact of this artificial intelligence during this COVID-19 period, and what are the different digital tools or modern tools, and along with some of digital tools and their features reflected in your presentations. Actually, there is nothing wrong with these tools, but the main thing is that how we are trying to integrate these tools with our teaching learning, or which strategies we are using, or our students are motivated to teach through these tools or not, is a question in front of all of us. So I personally feel that first of all, we should have the proper knowledge and understanding of all these digital tools which are available on different platforms, and we should have some training on these tools so that we can effectively use these tools in our classroom. Without training, it is somewhat difficult to say the level or enrichment of our methods, which should be student oriented. So making our teaching more student oriented, we should also work on the perception or attitude of students towards this digital technology. Second one was Dr. Purnima from Hisar, and he was talking on this risk and challenges in teacher education programs, and she highlighted the problems related to this teaching practice, or the selection procedure of the students, or lack of professional development programs related to teacher education, or monitoring system of these teacher training programs, and lack of competent educators, lack of ICT facilities, and research and innovation in the field of these teacher training programs. These are the concern of Dr. Purnima Devi. Next one was Radhika. but she is from music background, and his main focus area was how we can introduce music in education. What are the different types of music instruments available, and how we can use technology with these music educations, and also tells us about these scale, harmony, and rhythms are the main characteristics of music. Then we have our BA students from Partap College of Education named Khushbu, and really you change the environment of this auditorium by focusing on this inclusive education capacity building through professional development programs. Your main focus area was on the requirement for this capacity building and what are the challenges, and you proposed some standards for this inclusive education capacity building through professional development. Then we have Khushpreet Kaur ma'am from the same college, assistant professor, and she was talking on challenges, adaptive change, innovation in professional learning. She started with the definition of these professional learnings and rapid. What are the different challenges we are facing in our professional learning, like rapid technological advancement, changing work dynamics, time constraints, resistance to change, and lack of support, like that. And what are the different trends which she highlighted were blended learning, micro learning, gamification, social learning, and in the field of this technology, she stressed on these online modules and podcasts. She also highlighted some of the solutions for this concern and for these challenges, like personalized system of instructions and continuous professional development programs. And our last participant, Jaspreet Kaur madam, and her topic was challenges and concern of teacher education in the present scenario. He started with the quotation which is there in Hari Commission, that the destiny of India is now being shaped in her classroom. And he also highlighted the urgency of these good teachers inside the classroom, and he also worried about the selection procedure, the incompetent teachers, the resources which should be there, unproductive teacher training, trainees, stressful life in teaching, lack of infrastructure, curriculum as per the changing demands, and mismatch between demand and supply of the teacher. Actually, these are different themes. Some are at par with the main theme of this conferences. Some were your views, some were reliable, some were this teacher training programs, and we are not satisfied with the platform. The appropriate platforms would be there for teacher, for students, or some alarming situations. The role of statutory bodies or affiliating bodies. These are only because of these all compilation of these all points which are there in our mind. What are the prevailing conditions which are also reflected by Dr. Balwant's in the morning. So it is suggested to be the master of your own subject, and any new technology or any new innovations come in your own field, then try to understand that particular innovations, and after proper selection and verification, then try for it.
बड़ा बुद्धू बंदा
फॉर्मेशन है, कंसेप्ट फॉर्मेशन के लिए तो एग्जैक्ट इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए, और एग्जैक्ट इंफॉर्मेशन जो है वो आपको सोचने के लिए एग्जैक्ट इंफॉर्मेशन मजबूर कर देती है। जो आप प्रॉब्लम, जो आप सोल्यूशन बताते हैं, वो प्रॉब्लम जो है व्यवहारिक होनी चाहिए। व्यवहारिक मतलब कि आपने वो फेस की होनी चाहिए। जिन टेक्नोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम्स की हम बात करते हैं, उन टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ अभी हम इंटरेक्ट ही नहीं करते। हमारे क्लासरूम उन टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए नहीं बने, हमारे स्टूडेंट उन टेक्नोलॉजी से बहुत दूर हैं। लेकिन जो हमारे टाइटल्स, जो हमारे टॉपिक्स होते हैं, उन्हें प्रॉब्लम फेस बाय प्रॉब्लम एसोसिएटेड विद, तो लाइफ स्टाइल जैसे हम अभी सुन रहे थे कि स्टूडेंट के लर्निंग स्टाइल्स के हिसाब से आपका कंटेंट होना चाहिए। वैसे जो आपका लाइफ स्टाइल है, लाइफ स्टाइल में चिंता कम और चिंतन ज्यादा होना चाहिए। तो मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से एक सुझाव सबको ये देना चाहता हूँ कि कभी भी आप किसी भी कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए पेपर बनाएं, उसमें चिंता को कभी रिफ्लेक्ट मत करें, लेकिन चिंतन जरूर करें कि जो ये समस्याएं हैं, उन समस्याओं का समाधान किस तरह से सबसे अच्छा हो सकता है। तो हमें समस्याओं के बारे में तो ध्यान आएगा, लेकिन उनका जो समाधान है, उस समाधान पे आप मतलब आपके पास कितने भी अच्छे मतलब एग्जाम्पल आ सकते हैं, उनको कोट कर सकते हैं। आप जो आप डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज हैं उनका जो स्ट्रक्चर है वो अच्छा है, वो उन कंट्रीज की हम तारीफ कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जो भारत देश है उसकी बुराई करने का अधिकार भी किसी को नहीं है। हमें इसको और कितना अच्छा हम बना सकते हैं। अगर किसी ने उसके लिए प्रयास किया है और वो सक्सेसफुल नहीं हुआ है तो उसकी असफलता जो है वो भारत में ही दिखनी चाहिए। उस व्यक्ति में अभी इम्प्रूवमेंट की गुंजाइश है, लेकिन भारत देश जो है उसमें बहुत बड़े बड़े स्तर के एजुकेशनिस्ट पैदा हुए हैं जिन्होंने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को एक अच्छा सिस्टम बनाने की कोशिश की है। उसके लिए उनके इन कामों को आगे ले जाने के लिए हमें कोशिश करनी चाहिए। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के जो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हैं, मैम, प्रिंसिपल मैम और जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो हरियाणा से हैं, जो पंजाब से हैं, मैं खुद हिमाचल से हूँ, तो मैं आप सबको धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि आपने अपना पक्ष बड़ी अच्छी तरह से रखा और एक नया अनुभव मैं भी यहाँ से लेके जा रहा हूँ आपके माध्यम से जो आपने हम सबके सामने रखा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir. I too agree with you, sir, कि आपने कहा है चिंताएं कम, चिंतन ज्यादा, और यही हल है और यही हमारा कॉन्फ्रेंस का आज का टॉपिक भी है।
लाइव चल रहा है।
Purnima Devi, Associate Professor, CR College of Education, Haryana.
25 years के बाद मैं आपको 25 years
साल हो गया। Yes. Okay.
That's a good platform. Yes. Dr. Seema Bajar, Assistant Professor, Master Sarat in Memorial College, Women, Ludhiana. Dr. Mahavir Prashad, Assistant Professor, Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar. Dr. Kushpreet Kaur, Assistant Professor, Partap College of Education, Ludhiana.
Gupta, Research Scholar, Partap College of Education, Ludhiana. Ms. Kamalpreet Kaur. Ms. Kamalpreet, Research Scholar, Partap College of Education. Mrs. Kiran Pitesa, Assistant Professor, Partap College of Education, Ludhiana. Mr. Prem Sukh, Associate Professor, CS College of Education, Hisar. Dr. Sangeeta Sood, Associate Professor, Partap College of Education, Ludhiana. Thank you all. It was a wonderful and enlightening session. Please, the participants who are given the feedback performer, kindly return those feedback performer to me. I give you 5 minutes. Please fill those feedback performer and please return them to me. Thank you.
हो रही है ये।
In the very beginning, we have the paper presenter, Ms. Shweta Banerjee, research scholar at Partap. Please come forward to take your certificate.
Govinder Singh.